I kindly appreciate the follow. Mic check. Make sure you guys can hear me. Oh, whoops. That is actually my other volume. But what up, y'all? Let me fix my cam because my cam is all over the place. Find my cam. There it is. All right, here we go. I think we're good. What up, Killamon? Can you ask me something about payouts? Yeah, what's up? Let me pull this back up here. But yeah, this is the late stream, not like the regular late night. This is like technically on my time zone, and the next day stream is what it is what it probably should be called. No music there. Okay, good. I you know what, Peacha? I changed nothing. I restarted my computer, and you know, last night changed nothing today, and all of a sudden no music's playing on YouTube. I don't know what. I don't know what happened. YouTube is trolling me. I did get in trouble yesterday about that yesterday's YouTube live stream. I had to kind of like go and like, you know, file a pretty heavy dispute there. So we'll kind of see how that goes, but you know, everything's mostly okay in YouTube land. I mean, it's really, I guess for my YouTube channel though, it's really not that big of a deal because I mean, I have a much smaller following on YouTube. So, I mean, that would kind of be what it is if anything happens. I'd be way more concerned about my Twitch channel, of course, obviously, but yeah. Anyhow, let's launch D4 this week. This week, or at least most of the week, unless Blizzard comes out with patches of some sort. Yeah, unless they come out with patches or whatever like that this week, I'm pretty much just going to do non-bugged, non-snapshotting, no exploit related builds. So going back to kind of the way that I used to play or felt before the whole like to boss will, and they're saying that it's okay, you know, bug builds are fine to use. So I think I'm gonna go back and like to doing those kind of things and kind of see what I can come up with and kind of have fun with. Doesn't mean I won't play any AOZ, but if I do play AOZ, it'll probably be like very low tier stuff just because I already know the non-bug builds are not gonna be able to do anything relatively high. But it'll be fun experimenting. So you got your first one last week. Do I have to claim it on your taxes, or is there an amount that I have to make before you have to claim it? Generally speaking, how do I say this openly, I guess? There's generally a certain amount from a business or whatever that as long as you're underneath the threshold, it doesn't count against you. I know that like when I used to work for independent groups or for indoor percussion, it was mostly 1099. Yes, 1099. Generally speaking, if you make $599 and below, you don't have to claim that. You make anything above that, then you're going to have to claim it. So chances are probably you're not going to reach that threshold by the end of the year from Twitch. So I think you're fine. Now next year, if you continue to stream and whatnot, and you make above that threshold, then yes. Then no, kill them all. You're fine. Perp, what's going on, man? Thermal coolant leaked onto your motherboard and your fan broke on your PC. 5 hours later, finally got D4 downloaded onto your new PS5. Oof. Are you planning on getting the PS5 Pro by any chance, Perp? I hear that the Pro is actually kind of, specs-wise, is actually kind of looking pretty good. Oh, you got the Pro. Oh, so did you have the Pro before? Or do you have the Pro now? Okay. Well, first part of in that chat saying his event buff ran out. I haven't watched any streams. I'd be curious to know myself. I have no idea what that even means. All right, so no, you have it now. Okay, well that's an upgrade then. All right. I mean, unfortunately, it's you know, probably purchased it a bit quicker than you thought you were going to. But yeah, how did even thermal coolant even leak onto your motherboard? Is it just like a freak accident, or? It's funny how I kept these pants. Didn't even know I would ever use pants ever again. But I did keep one pair of pants. Also kept temerity too, but I don't know if I'm going to use temerity. Gazzy Gaz, what's going on? Hey man, what would you recommend for someone starting a role for the first time? Something easy to play but good DPS. I would honestly, I would say Barrage, but I think once you start getting into, once you eventually, like, if I don't know if you're going to do AOZ or Abattoir Zero later on, you're going to want to swap out from Barrage to something different. Most likely Pin Shot, Rapid Fire, which is a little harder to play, but Barrage is very kind of self-explanatory. Like, it's not difficult to execute, and it's very like easy to output its damage because it's basically a big spread of arrows in front of you, so it's easy to kind of hit things usually. So I would say leveling up with Barrage is gonna be a pretty fun thing to do. Pretty easy to do as well. Even all the way to 100, it's also the same thing. If you're planning on doing other things though, like I said, Abattoir Azir, I would then segue from Barrage into either Rapid Fire or Pin Shot / Rapid Fire. You can go the route of like Twisting Blades too as well, but then you start getting into the realm of things not being as easy to play, or I'm gonna say not easy to play, but like getting used to Twisting Blades is a bit different. It does become it is a little easier than Pin Shot Rapid Fire, but it's just like a different style. But I think overall right now, for the time being, start with Barrage, use my Barrage leveling out on Maxroll, and then continue through the later stages or whatnot. And then when you're ready to do maybe some of the other content, like, you know, let's say Avatar, but you can do Barrage on everything, like legit everything. Avatar 0 though, first, like the lower levels fine. Higher ups, you might want to like change out a bit. So I would say for like the next week or so, Barrage will be very, very relevant for you. With that being said, I do want to play Rapid Fire, but we're going to do this without Tabal as well. Without Tabal, it's no Doombringer. So I have to figure out how I want to do that. We have to actually go with a Tabas or a Condemnation Dagger that actually has a higher roll this time on it. Ironically enough, this time. The 6.6. Probably go with this one. I have a lot to change out. I'll probably keep the Shaco. But I haven't decided on like the pair of pants I want to wear yet. Do I want to do Temerity or do I want to do a regular pair of pants? Sounds so weird to say. How much armor does that give me? 11.181. Could probably get away without running Disobedience if I did that. Or I guess I could just run Disobedience here. Well, no, because then I can just keep Might and then game Umbrus. And I could probably just get the Disobedience from the Armor Nose and the Paragon. And therefore that saves me a aimless slot for a DPS. This is actually not that great. Like I had these pants earlier. Like I like these are really, really, really old pants. You said pants with cheese probably. The thing is that I'm not even gonna go puncture. Otherwise I would go cheats. But I'm not even gonna use puncture this time around. Because without Tabal's will, I don't necessarily have to anymore, right? I can experiment with different things. Yeah, probably Force or Arrow. I kind of really want to shake things up. I don't want to play the same thing. Which is why I didn't really need the Doombringer, because I'm thinking I'm not going to be. I still have to go close quarters combat. I wish I can do precision or victimize, but both of those are just way too bad right now. Noti with the T1 sub, appreciate you, man. 3 months, Nura. Alright, so we're gonna I think Boa would like this though. Boa on YouTube. I don't know if he's here this time around, but he tends to, you know, stay away from exploited stuff. So I think this would kind of be up his alley. Okay, so then we're gonna go back to the other rings that we had before. So we had, what was this one? This. I could probably go without the let's see what I got. That's maximum life, crit chance. Thank Honey Oils. Hey man, watched the end of your vid last night. Just want to say I appreciate it because I feel the same on all points. It's nice to have someone with somewhat of a voice talking about it. I thought about making a YouTube video on it, like based on my end of the stream rant yesterday. But generally speaking, I know that my YouTube audience generally don't look for me when it comes to that kind of content. Usually it's like just rogue related kind of stuff or rogue experiments, builds, those kind of things. But like talking about like generalized content seems to be a thing that I don't really think too much people are looking from me for. So I don't know. I thought about it. I thought about just talking about it all and just kind of just giving my just whole in-depth point of view on it. So question, should I do a bow or a crossbow? Because now I can do either or. Bow would look cooler. Does YouTube force content creators to all make some surprise face for their video caption? Wooloo Chief, that is getting into all right, so here's how this works. Okay. For whatever strange reason, the YouTube algorithm, when it comes to thumbnails, apparently respond better to pog faces. Why is that? Why? I don't know. I'll give you an example, actually. Yeah, let's actually pull this up. This would be a fun thing to talk about. Gonna segue in out. It's something that I don't like doing myself, but I understand why creators do it. A lot of times they don't want to do it either. It's not even like a let me see, let me pull out oops. Why did an asthma go video just like it's just like play autoplay? Anyhow, all right, let's look at my YouTube real quick. We're gonna take a look at my YouTube. There we go. All right, so you see this, see all this. This is my YouTube. This is what it looks like. Some updates are coming. Not gonna tell you exactly what's gonna happen, but some cool things are coming. But anyhow, so let's look at my videos and kind of look at my videos that perform well. So in the recent, these are my most recent videos. As you can tell, my thumbnails a little, starting to become like normalized, whereas like, okay, this is like a thumbnail that you're kind of getting used to seeing. It seems like one of those more like drawn like images of me versus like having like just random expressions of like my like real life me. So I was trying to like deviate from the norm and try to do expressions that are more like cartoony ish, avatar-ish versus having my own face on there. But you can kind of see the trend of what people tend to like to watch from me. So we have build guys. 14K is actually pretty decent for my channel size. 5K being my 5.3K is my subscriptions there. So anything above 5K views at this amount of subscribers count is actually considered like pretty good for me. But anyways, so this is this has been my updated YouTube style or YouTube thumbnail style that I've been doing in recent. This was like a previous one. These two videos did really well because it was the launch of Diablo 4. So lots of people were looking for stuff and builds and stuff. So I wouldn't even contributed to the thumbnail as much as the fact that people were just looking for D4 content period in general. But as you can see, we come down here and my thumbnails decide to, you see the older version. This is Diablo 3's like, thumbnail style that I did before I switched it up here, as you see. I actually did like these a lot because I did a lot of like, as you see here, like I had the quiver on my back. The 9 series quiver, which kind of like, insinuates the build I'm playing. Here, there's a fire dagger, which insinuates the build I'm playing. But the thing about it is that these thumbnails, while they were pretty cool looking, they're small. Like the details that are important are small because I'm trying to fit too much into the thumbnail itself. So that's why I ended up changing out this thumbnail because it needs to look more like a bumper sticker versus like just information, I guess, right? So even though I did some clever things with this, like add a little fire effect on this shadow one here, a little fire on the sword wasn't there initially. They don't really do as well. But look at this though. So we see all these views. This is Diablo 3, right? So we go from here to here, here to here. These are 6.4K, 4.8K, 13K with UE rank 1, one key, you know, GR150, 16K, 46K views. But look at this thumbnail. You see the pog face? So this pog face, as you see, out of all my Diablo 3 videos so far, has the most views by far. These are good, right? I mean, these are good thumbnails, don't get me wrong, but nothing compared to this. Right? And like, it's clever. I mean, it's got the whole like 2-hand crossbow, a woman holding it, you know, a female DH holding it, saying size matters. It tips you basically, but basically that pog face, looking at the clear time, is what really made this video kind of pop off. Now, looking at some more similar stuff, guess what? I have another pog face here. This was the first pog face I've ever done, and this one has 28,000 views. So we look at this pog face and the blown up pog face. These are by far my two most successful videos in Diablo 3. Now, granted, both of these talked about Demon Hunter solo speeds, which is also a very hot topic. So possibly, it is possible that I probably would have gotten, you know, pretty high numbers regardless of the pog face, but there is a common denominator there. People, as much as people don't like pog faces, they click on it. Like, people click on it, and it's just so. But the thing about it is, it's not really even just the pog face per se, but also just being able to relate to the creator when they can see the creator's reaction to something. So it doesn't have to always be a pog face. It can just be an expression of any sort. I know there's this YouTuber that changed his thumbnails to sad faces. Like all of his thumbnails were him like kind of like sad or disappointed, or just kind of like he'll come up with some like title and make sad faces, and his videos shot up in terms of like viewership because people were clicking on his videos because they were wondering why he was sad. He's like, oh man, why is this dude sad? And so they click on the video because it's like everyone else is always making these pog faces and these excitement ones, whatever like that, and you see this guy who's just coming in with like he's a sad face on his thumbnail, and people are just like, bruh, why is this dude so sad? I really want to know why he's sad, right? And that's genius. And so, but it's funny because in that same interview, he talked about it. He said, you know what? I don't really like doing the sad face stuff, but people love it. People click on it. So like, you know, as a business, you do what you got to do, right? And he's not wrong. He's absolutely not wrong. So yeah. So anyhow, I'm trying to do something, at least for me, I don't necessarily like seeing just my face on here because I feel like I don't really make the best facial expression stuff. I can practice and like, you know, try. I got a fail face here, this face here. My pog face isn't that bad, but I really like the whole like avatar thing because I think even though it's not like my actual face, my actual like whatever, it looks close enough like me, but it also gives you a different like pop of, you know, character, right? So that's kind of why I like this one here. I really like this to Boss World one with me, you know, spitting out coffee or whatever when he saw the 16 combo point thing. Yeah, like people, like even the devs saw it and made reference to it at BlizzCon. They didn't say my video, but they did say bring your best 16 combo point bug builds in the Abattoir's ear. No one specifically says 16 points when you can get anywhere between 4 to 22 points. Why would you specifically say 16? No one else mentioned 16 but me as a number that you can see on the internet somewhere. So obviously they saw this. But yes, that coffee, that was good, right? So I'm trying to do more avatar ones like this because I think it kind of like is different. It's not like me just forcing an expression onto a thumbnail, but I guess the point I'm making is the more that people can connect to an expression that you make, the more the YouTube algorithm kind of pushes that towards the forefront. Like the YouTube algorithm can like detect thumbnails that seemingly like would hit the mark in a sense. I know it sounds really weird, but seriously though, having a good thumbnail absolutely matters, not just for people who are looking at your video, but also the YouTube algorithm itself. So you can take an older video and change the thumbnail, and then all of a sudden you might see some progress on that video. I'll give you an example of that. What was I think it was this one. I changed this thumbnail on this beta Barrage build for like at least 3 or 4 times, and like it hovered around maybe 1.3K to 2K, like the 2,000 views or whatever. And then I kept changing the thumbnail, and I kind of came to this. Now it still looks pretty old compared to my new thumbnails, but this thumbnail was definitely better than the other 2 that I had. And like it went from like 2K views to, as you see, 8,000 views or like that, which isn't necessarily like, I mean, it's a huge jump from what it used to be, right? But yeah, there's a art and a, posting on YouTube and making videos and thumbnails is an art form in itself. And as you see, as me scrolling down, you see what my older thumbnails look like, where I had no expressions at all, right? It was just kind of text in the image. And then keep scrolling down, you start to really see what my older thumbnails look like, right? And then you start seeing videos without thumbnails, period, years and years ago, back to D3 vanilla. Plus I have a lot of like just very specific videos in Diablo 3 I could probably delete, but I kind of want to leave it here because it's like, nostalgia and memories or whatever. MP7 TPA Demon Hunter hardcore random run, because people kept saying it's like, oh, you can't do what you can do in hardcore. I'm like, watch me. So here's a video of that. But yeah, you can see the progression of my thumbnails over the months/years. This one was really good too as well. This one is very clean, even without without an expression. And this one did pretty well. Yeah, and then now you have like the current YouTube videos. Imagine if those vids had most views, or the ones down here. I didn't even know how to make a thumbnail. I didn't even know what a thumbnail was when I was making these. I think this was like my first like serious video kind of thing. How to stutter step in Diablo 3 10 years ago. Oh man. Diablo kill only blue, second step method. Reflect. P3 keeps. Well, these are like uploads to the forums to show whether you did something or not. That's what a lot of these stuff is. Where's my Ubers with the white weapon kill? That one was really impressive. No follower, no board, no potions, no shower step, no smoke screen, multi-bolagasm range build. Yeah, I can't find it. I remember I called out. So short story real quick, and we'll get back to D4. I'm sorry, but short story. When Diablo 3's expansion was coming out, like Reaper of Souls, whatever, when it was in like when there was like the open beta or whatever, people were complaining about not being able to survive. In Reaper of Souls as a demon hunter, and like these were the people that were just face tanking in D3, but they nerfed the shadow power damage reduction from 65, like Gloom's damage reduction from 65% to 35%. Like people could not figure out how to deal with it because they were face taking with Demon Hunter. And it's like, bro, play at range. Like that's kind of the point. Like most of the skills are range. You don't necessarily need to be up front and trying to face tank it with spike traps and crap like that. You can't do that as well anymore at the beginning of Reaper of Souls at the time. So people were trying to do that in beta, and I called out the entire community. I did not miss any words. And so people were just saying, "Oh, Demon Hunter is bad in Reaper of Souls beta, whatever like that." And I said, I made a thread that pretty much went viral on the forums at the time. I said, the problem with Demon Hunter are the players, is what I said. Obviously, that's going to catch your attention if you're one of the people who are struggling with Demon Hunter and Reaper of Souls. And I said, yeah, it's the players. You won't change your mindset. You all were like face tanking with these, incredible costly builds you bought from the auction house in Diablo 3, and now all of a sudden that's gone, and you have no idea how to actually play a Demon Hunter. It's legit how I said it. But this was the beginning of Reaper of Souls. So this is the beginning of Reaper of Souls is way different than like if you played, D3 in the past 4 or 5 years. It's like completely different game. But anyways, yeah, people were having troubles with the transition from Diablo 3 vanilla to Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls. And I was trying to get them to understand what you probably have to do to make the transition. And people did not want to hear it. And people were so pissed off that I said what I said. And it was like, oh, well, you wouldn't be able to do whatever if you didn't have that GG calamity in D3 vanilla. And so I said, you know what? Okay, fine. So I took off my calamity and I did Ubers. At the time, Ubers were actually considered hard. I did Ubers with the white weapon. So I took off practically all of my damage. And after a certain point, after the 10-minute mark of fighting Ubers, everything is a one-shot mechanic. So like if you get touched by anything, if the Skeleton King like breathed on you were dead. So I did the whole thing with the white weapon, just to shut the haters up and say, look, it's not a Demon Hunter problem. It's a you problem. You don't want to adapt. If you want to just sit there and just face tank the entire time, play a Barbarian or Crusader, classes that were kind of meant to do that. You might actually have to move as a Demon Hunter. I know, silly, crazy concept, but people did not like that. They did not like that. But they couldn't tell me I didn't know what I was talking about, or they couldn't tell me that like, I'm just, full of whatever, because I was able to back up whatever I was saying. Because I showed it. I'm like, bro, here it is. Now, if you don't want to do that, that's a different story, but you can't say the Demon Hunter is a bad class or in a bad state because you can't face tank with the range class. But choose not to play range on a range class. I'm just saying, like, I mean, what do you want me to say? But anyways, yeah, that was some good times, man. That's crazy. Anyhow, I just wanted to kind of showcase that the whole thumbnail thing that you were talking about. So I'm trying to up my thumbnail game up too, but yeah. People also didn't use standstill. Oh, Action Kung Fu's listening. Yo, Action Kung Fu. So yeah, this guy who's messaging me in chat. We used to play a lot. He was part of the beginning of the TPA clan way back. But he was a exclusively hardcore player, and like dude was ridiculously good. We would have like challenges all the time, where it's like in hardcore, where we would like run twos or whatever, and like whoever got hit first has to pay the other person like 1 million gold. So we would go for days as our Demon Hunters and not get hit. Like you couldn't get touched. Like it's not about dying or about to die and whatever that. If you get hit once, if your health globe drops even a tad, you owe the other person $1 million. Not $1 million, sorry, a million gold. $1 million is a lot of money. 1 million gold. And we would do challenges like that just because we're just like, all right. But yeah, actually Kung Fu dude was Old school vet. You like the avatar for the record? If I watch game videos on YouTube, I'd click it. Yeah, I'm trying to do better with that. I want to try to keep up the style and kind of feel like there's nothing wrong with it. But right now with D4 content being kind of like on the downfall, people like wanting to watch the D4 content right now. Like it's really not, numbers aren't looking too good for it. Barrington, appreciate the prime. I think the only people that are really watching D4 related content right now are like, if they're looking for negativity in a sense, they're looking for people to bash something. Those do pretty well, but like positive things or build clears or build, new build guides or whatever, those aren't really doing well right now on YouTube at this stage of Diablo 4's life. It will pick up. Those things will pick up once the new season, next season starts to come out and stuff like that. But right now, yeah, unless you're really trying to like pick apart AOZ in like a pretty negative way, I don't think people are interested currently. You can even see it in like, Rax's and, Woody Joe's like content, where it's like, even some of Woody Joe's videos are like struggling to even get 20,000 views, and dude has like, near 200,000 subscribers. That's not like for a channel his size, that's not good. But it's nothing he's doing wrong. It's just that that's not what people are interested in right now. All right. So anyways, back to what I was going to do. We're going to do rapid fire. No to boss will. Thinking about doing actually, where is my Edge Masters? I don't have rings with Edge Masters. Her ball lightning sword died on hardcore today. Oh, that's awful. I know she had issues. I know she had issues with procking, or she procced a couple of times. Or unknowingly procking. She did a bug report on it. But that's awful. And drip bills are tough to run. Yeah, that's fair. Did she not scroll out in time? Is that what happened? Okay, so we're gonna do these two. Actually, could I do? I kind of don't want to put anything on my amulet right now. Because I don't know if I'm going to do an offensive aspect there. And if I do, should I do elements there? I should probably do elements there if I'm doing rapid fire here. But if I do temerity, I could do conceited on an amulet. Sarah is Rat's girlfriend? Yeah. Yep. They've been dating for a while. No, I'm gonna say a while, but definitely a good portion of this year. But she did proc big time on Bar Bloodseeker. She never knows her proc. I was wondering, I'm like, she didn't scroll out. That's definitely unfortunate. I guess also though, without puncture, I know I have forceful arrow, but I guess what would be the best way to proc some crowd control with forceful arrow? Considering that like a lot of my damage is coming from crowd control, because I still got to do close quarters combat because precision and victimize still suck. Big time. Like precision is not even remotely worth it, and victimizes. Well, if you were here yesterday, you know what happened to that. So So we'll swap out to that. We'll change gems though. Also, what would be the best way for me to proc? Vulnerable. I gotta rethink this whole thing. So, all right. So if we do repeating here, something here, I don't know yet. We got Edge Masters, Expectant. We have Elements, but Elements could go here. If Elements goes here, then we can put yeah, so that means we'll have 2 slots open. I could probably go Rapid and then Corruption? Got room for a Curse Touch? Probably. Alex B, what's going on? He said your stream has 10% of all the viewers in the T4 category currently. It is late night, and none of the main Diablo 4 streamers are streaming at the moment, so I'm not surprised. I'm also like the late night streamer anyhow. I'm probably the most known one out of all the people who are streaming right now. At this hour, I put it that way. But yeah, I could probably do a Curse Touch because it's like we have best clear on hardcore ball lightning sources T14 on the leaderboard should be number 4 for hardcore sorks. Does she have? She does have like backup. Is she leveling like another sork now or? So since I do have room, should I do Temerity? Temerity, well no, because if I did Temerity, I wouldn't be able to not do Disobedience. So I'll be losing 2 things to do Temerity. Because with the Temerity, I have to do this Disobedience here, which means that I have... I guess that could kind of be okay. Because then I can just go here. I can keep this elements here. Skills there, basic attack. And then do conceded here, which will give me 25% as long as Temerity's up. Which it should be because I'll be playing mostly range. You thought I said it was Castillo on 2-hander? That's when I'm playing Barrage. On Rapid Fire, you kind of have to have repeating on the crossbow or on the bow. You're already prepping the popcorn. Leaderboard closet, only thing keeping you logged in. That's fair, I guess. If it feels a little different though in the action RPG though. I guess it's I guess it just depends on like other games or other things you've done beforehand. But like, let's say an action RPG is kind of like the thrill of it versus like other things that I may have done in gaming. It's just really not the same. But my point of view is gonna always be skewed because it's vastly unfair to compare something like this to like esports gaming or like winning a local tournament in like a fighting game or something. But, like I'll never really experience that same like feeling like ever again. Because at the end of the day, you know, you look at it from an action RPG's perspective, and it's like even if you do get like a rank 1 clear and stuff, there's still many like variables, like, you know, things kind of went your way. You know, there's a lot of RNG. There's, you know, I did get this while my competitors who are also fighting against the AI didn't get this. You know, might not have gotten that map that I got, or so like the thrill is just a little bit different. I'm not saying it's not fun. I'm not saying that it isn't something for something to like strive for, but I can't really get that same the same intense feeling that but that's okay though. I mean, that's actually why I left the esports scene to begin with. I didn't really want that stress anymore. All right, so what do we got so far, y'all? We got. I'm really debating. Could I do? I guess I can just not do might and do disobedience here. Could I do that? You be that? What's going on? Appreciate this up. 7 months in a row. Thanks, man. What does this mean? No bug, snapshot, exploited builds. Basically, making or playing the game without, or playing builds that don't have bugs or snapshot mechanics or exploits attached. Nope, no Tobalt. Well, actually, technically speaking, I could technically still run Tobalts and not participate in the bug as long as I shoot my basic attack 3 times and that's it without puncture. So like, let's say if I choose like Force or Arrow, I can't generate 22 combo points in like 1 shot or 2 shots. So technically speaking, I could just do 3 shots of Force or Arrow, something like that, while wearing Tobalts and never run into the Tobalts will bug. If I want to do it that way. I actually want to not use Tobalts will right now, so we're just not going to do that, period. Speaking of which, what is my attack speed feel like right now if I was to just all of a sudden swap the Forceful Arrow? Let's go to Kyovashed. How difficult is AOZ without the mega combo points? Very. Very difficult. The point isn't to see how far I can go with a non-bug build in Abattoir Azir, because I'm kind of over Abattoir Azir content in general myself. I just want to just play the game, period, with just non-bug builds. Kind of go back to what I find fun to play. That's actually kind of okay without whatchamacallit. I guess I could do Moon Rising too though. What is my vampiric powers? Didn't have Prey active. Okay, so I guess I could still do a Curse Touch. I can remove that. I won't need Resilience. This could go Moon Rising. Moon Rising, Ravenous, Curse Touch, Prey, Undying? I guess that's fine. I have to completely change my whatchamacallit, but yeah, I mean, I can make that work. Part of me also wants to use a bow instead of a crossbow. Do I even have a bow? Can I phrase myself? Do I have a good bow? I want to 4 damage, crowd control damage, critical strike stamens with imbue skills. Rather not have that stat, but it's not terrible. Here we got here. Core damage, distant damage. It's probably one of the best I got. Oh, this is actually good. Oh, and I changed nothing. Could roll out the distant damage to like crit damage or something. That actually would actually be pretty nice. Oh, that feels so good. This is without Moonrise. I guess I can just interchange them, right? I don't have to necessarily be stuck doing one versus the other, right? Wait, why do I have 500 million gold? Wasn't that at like 17 million at one point? What did I do yesterday? The force arrow sounds so good. I like the way it sounds with like the bow. I had this yesterday. Yeah, I guess I could do both. I guess with that being said, I wouldn't need Moonrise. What else could I put there instead? Can I show something interesting? See what did we got? Fortify, I don't care about that. Companion, and your bat familiar have a 30% chance. Oh, I'm gonna need 2 of those things to make that work. I could just do domination. Yeah. I wish that the not bad count is like immobilized. That'd be great. But that, yeah. Yeah. I guess if I don't, oh, hectic. That's what I could do. Yeah. Probably the obvious. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. So therefore I won't need to go rapid then. I just gotta keep up Ravenous though. Or bonus movement speed. Okay. You don't have for mobility. I guess because I'm not attacking as fast, maybe I won't go through my cooldowns as fast. So I guess maybe Moonrise might be the better choice anyway. Also it's also gonna feel better. Well, yeah, let's do Moonrise, but we'll have to figure out this situation. Okay. So if I'm gonna be playing mostly range, should I just do Temerity anyways? Put Disobedience here. I won't have Might. Nor Umbrus, really. I guess I really wasn't using Umbrus before either. But now I won't have Might or Umbrus. I went that route. But at least Temerity will give me a pretty decent amount of damage reduction. Well, not damage reduction, but, you know, EHP. Or I just could just keep the whatchamacallit there. So I can do this. I can just keep my disobedience. Keep these two. 1, 2 elements. Conceded? Yeah, so here. Obedience conceded. What's my other ring look like? I know I have a ring with barrier on it already. This one. I already got that. I could just. So where's my sword? With the. There. I swear I had a sword with the. There it is. It's already got this. I can just do that. Put the conceded ring here. So I can actually try it without having to like imprint. Kind of the point here. Yeah, so I can do that. Yeah, so I can do all of these without having to like imprint anything. Elements. I guess I don't really have another DPS aspect. You got to a point where you could farm 12s pretty comfortable. Cool, man. What's my armor at now? Well, I just swapped out the whatchamacallit. I'm at 9.7 or 9,700. Maji, what's going on? Docs, I feel that probably jumping on my bones for Necro pretty soon. Higher the game kind of breaks on you, and this is a bit scary. Oh well, yeah, ball lightning. that is a staple on ball lightning. As in that is normal. Okay, so we got all the combo point stuff we would want. We got the elements and conceded. Expectant. Yeah, so basically every damage aspect you can think of took. I don't really know what to do with the boots though. Since shared misery seems to will have almost next to no effect here. I could go back to what is it, Manglers? But yeah, I could try all this without having to like swap out a bunch of stuff. So I guess that's cool. What is my thing looks like now? My lightning resist is bad now. All right. Okay, what else is there? Joe, yeah. We're going. Yeah. Lag on the ball lightning sword is bad. The only time where lag is good is if you're playing pin shot. If lag is something you like, or you want to make progress with lag, play pin shot. Pin shot rogue. What does my stuff look like? Oh wow, okay, so I still have my lightning, so it's still just my lightning resist that's bad then. Just create more gems, that's fine. Okay, so we got that. Well, I'll keep the crossbow on me in case I actually want to use the crossbow. The crossbow has all stats on it too. I actually need to reroll this the stat on my bow. Yeah, Swinery, is that how you said? Yeah, it's kind of a sacrifice you kind of have to make, man. Either that or try to play the game on off hours, where maybe not as many people are trying to play the game at the time. Would be the only other thing I can probably recommend for you.
I can take common, turn it.
Oh, I got a roll crowd control damage on this, don't I? So we need to remove distance. Bing. Alright, 24%. Maybe I could try for a little bit higher. Is it AOZ should be an isolated instance? It is. I mean, it can never hurt to try. Turn off crossplay. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna get another roll, and I'm just. Oh, there you go. Way better. Okay, that works. 34%. Heck yeah. All right. Okay, I think everything else looks fine. I need to cleanse my stuff though. What do I have? So that's 4, 8. Put 1 on each one, and then the rest of these. So do 1 here, 1 here. And we'll do the rest of these here. That enough? Okay, yeah, barely. I guess that works. This is a better glove too than this one. Oh man. Alright, so we'll put that there. Keep this here, make sure I favorite it. I still don't know what I'm gonna put here. I think Minglers pretty much. Appreciate the follow. How many crowd control do I have? Or shared misery aspects do I have? Because I'm probably gonna want that back when I play Barrage. I don't have like the same exact whatchamacallit. That's kind of the problem. I don't know if I can just swap out boots and then that's kind of it. That's poison resistance on it. Poison resist. Poison shadow. Kind of curious. What does this do? Do a direct swap. Or if my core resistance. That's right. I don't have any cold at all. That's poison right there. have to change my chest out if I'm gonna do that. All right. Well, when I play Barrage, I'm gonna have to just figure this whole thing out again. That's fine. Probably do Penitent Degrees with Barrage. How about that? Switch it up. Fire, cold, poison. Who took Gonzo? What's up? Appreciate the follow. It sounds a low key banger. Has anyone like ever like figured out exactly what she was actually saying? Because like that was like a topic when this song first came out. That was a big topic. Everyone was like, does anyone know exactly what she was saying? Well, yeah, it's reverse, but it's like exactly what was being said. It's like I was in high school when we were trying to figure this out. Just like, what is she saying? Or what is she saying in reverse? Is Shaco way better than Godslayer? Shaco's a very good all around helmet that does a little bit of everything for you. Godslayer is definitely more on the offensive side if you can take advantage of it. If you have the ability to be able to control when you do the pull for the extra burst damage, but I think for a lot of builds right now, that tends to not be worth it. So you don't generally see a lot of people use it. So I would definitely say that the Shaco is definitely way more versatile by a long shot. Okay, we're gonna do that. Remove all the poison stuff because I'm not doing any poison. Too cold. Now I have 6 extra points. I don't remember why. We can do no, I don't put them on there. Precision to beam actually matters now because I don't have the infinite crit, 100% crit anymore. For minglers if I did it. There we go. I think this works. You know what I wonder? Does sheer misery work with the Force for Arrows knockback arrow? Like knockback? Is that like a thing? Or has like anyone like ever even remotely tried to do it? I don't know if I really want to push the high tiers. I kind of got over it myself, Swinery. After playing yesterday or after yesterday's stream, I was just kind of over the whole thing. It's exactly why I'm actually not doing AOZ pushes anymore. At least for now. I think I'm just gonna take a break from it, period. Yeah. Alright, so the Paragon board is the big thing. Keep hitting P for Paragon. Also not what I want to do. Abilities, Paragon board. I have to redo this all of this. Well, not all of this. Just this board and this board. So this is going to remain the same. What do I have? I have control here. What board is this? Tricks? Yeah, tricks. So I could do DV. I don't want to do DVS actually. I'm thinking control, combat. This is a 49 board. So I actually want to put control here because it is a 49 board. put. Do I have Kenny on somewhere? Probably do. Kenny's here, isn't it? The tracker's here. Kenny should be here. Everything's gonna be elemental related, so we do control, canny, combat. Oh yeah, there's ranger. Ranger actually matters now. Like ranger actually has a purpose. It's kind of funny to think about it that way now. It's like, oh yeah, like ranger's actually like decent again now. Is there a safe website where one can buy gear or for gold on Eternal Realm? Oh, you mean exchange gear for gold? Yeah. Yeah. Diablo trades is probably the better. Yeah. Yeah. Diablo trades probably one of the more popular sites to use for sure. Legit site. I'll put it that way. I want to make sure I actually say that correctly. Okay. I want to do all these damage to healthy. It's not going to help me. I guess I don't have to change much then. I do kind of want the crit damage there though. It's actually worth quite a bit. I won't say quite a bit, but yeah. It's also distance. Damage to distance also is good, but I do crit a lot. So combat's actually worth it, and this actually makes this somewhat worth it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh man, if I have one more point, I can also get the damage to distance too. So I don't really need the maximum lives now, do I? I'm ranged. As much range as I possibly can. Point left. I forgot to fill this board out. Never mind. I guess so. We'll kind of remove this. I could fill this out, but I think the damage reduction is actually kind of nice to have. For the amount of points that I'm spending. So we'll go this way. Is what? Per whatchamacallit, 6.6% damage increase. Be kind of worth more. No, that's not gonna be worth more than some of the stuff here. All the dex nodes are here. It's really it, right? Because yeah. There's a dex here. Be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 7 points to max out that if I wanted to. $34. There's some more intelligence. 44. I think it's just 44. I think is max. Yeah, 44 is max on this board. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, so I need 3. Yeah, 3 points to get there. 1, 2, 3. Z max. Okay. think that is it. Oh, I don't need this. I forgot. Do not need that. Can I come back this way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now I'm back to the 1 point scenario again. 30% though. 6 points to get to 30%. So maybe not. 30%. 30%. 37%. So 45% here additive damage. Whereas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'd be 6 times 6.6%. So it's about roughly the same thing. But it's not conditional. What up, Sada? So how's it going? Just putting together non-bugged exploited or non-bugged or exploited setups. Pretty much not really bothering with the AOZ grind at the moment. I think I'm kind of over it. I feel like I'm forcing myself to try to enjoy something that I don't enjoy, which at the end of the day doesn't make any sense. Let's see, yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, so Paragon board is all accounted for, looks like. So the only difference this time from playing something like this versus when I used to play something like this is that I have the Tears of Blood glyph now. Something that wasn't the case, before. So I wonder how big of a deal this actually really makes. Considering that, like, I never used this outside of a bug setup before, so this would be kind of interesting. Make sure all my resistances are capped out. Let's put on Manglers. No, actually, no. Let's keep Share Misery. I'm gonna see if that actually like does anything. Code Imbue, Shadow Imbue, Temerity. I think we're good. He's running no bug 9s. Solo? What build? Because I can't think of any rogue build that can probably do that solo, other than like not bug build solo, except for Twisting Blaze with Blade Dancer, a poison. But then at the same time, that's also bugged. So it's kind of like, well, that it's not as big of a bug as, like, let's say Tabals, but it's definitely is definitely bugged. No, Blade Dancer. Blade Dancer and Poison Imbuement. Or if you're using Poison Imbuement with TB, that's technically a bug. That's what I was asking. No, I gotta remember how to actually play it. You don't know what the bug is for Blade Dancer? No, it's been bugged since launch. They just never fixed it. It's been acknowledged. They haven't spoke up on it, but it's been acknowledged. I did a stream showing it, showcasing it, and Woody put out a video on it. It's really the reason why Twisting Blades, like poison builds with Twisting Blades, like perform as well as they do, is because Blade Dancer is bugged with it. Disagreed? I mean, it is your right to disagree, but I mean, it's still facts. I mean, it's literally facts. It's been that way since like launch. Like if you knew what the bug was, I mean, you can disagree, but it won't change the fact that it's that is bugged. And it's been that way since launch. Do you even know what the bug is? Feel like you hit a chance? No, that's not what it is. The 4 hits is part of it. It's part of it, not the whole thing. But it is the multiple hits, or hitting it more than twice, does make the bug more egregious, but it's not the root cause. You say, why doesn't a lot of people play this game? Well, it's hard to know how many people are actually playing the game. There are no like actual statistics anywhere that kind of shows how many people are actually playing. So I don't know if a lot of people are playing or not. I wouldn't go based off of what Twitch looks like, but yeah. But that damage works for every imbuement, not poison. So you don't know what the bug is, do you, Sato? I mean, if you don't know, it's okay. I mean, a lot of people don't really know either. Well, at least until, you know, Woody Joe put the video out on it, but Game is Fuego. Santa Claus knows. Other than like having to use close quarters combat, it's because the other key passes absolutely suck. I'd rather play a lot like this, to be honest. Like, I enjoy this playstyle way more. Although I don't really know if Shared Misery is really working with with the knockback from like Forceful Arrow, but But yeah, why can't I play like this or something like this? Why am I not allowed to play like this? everything except the, you know, jumping in with Shadow Step, of course, but yeah. Like if I can play this with like Victimize or Precision, I guess we can get hit. I wouldn't die.
Need more time.
I just want to fight my mobs. I guess I don't really need Hectic, do I? What am I running? Am I running? No, I'm running Moonrise. Okay. Actually, how about this? Let's figure this out. Let's see if Share Major is actually really working with the knockback. Let me just shoot arrows. Let me try to get into a not as dangerous situation. Alright, do they share the knockback when they're on the ground? No, they don't. Okay. It's just... But they're... They're unstoppable though now. I guess I kept doing it, but... Yeah, they don't share the whatchamacallit. Wait, why are they stunned? Yeah, why is he stunned? Yeah, why is he stunned? Yeah, I see that, right? Why is he stunned? What makes him stunned? No, he just falls down. He doesn't get stunned. He gets knocked back into the enemy. See, he just gets knocked down. He doesn't get stunned. See, now he's stunned, but why is he stunned? That's my question. This is fun to do though, by the way. Should be in the skill explanation. Yeah, don't really... No, if they collide with another one, they get knocked down for 1.5 seconds. That's it. There's no stun involved. And I have zeros. I'm 100% sure I have 0 stun. I have this though, which I don't know why I have, considering I'm not even... I guess where can I put these points without getting mauled by that thing that's following me? I guess we'll put it here since... Actually, you know where I could put it, actually? Actually do this now. Bro, leave me alone. Let's take a point somewhere too. Out of... There. Because now that has more value. I forgot I can level up my Tears of Blood here. But the XP is so low. I didn't even move. That's hilarious. How's BV proc without the boss combo point bug? Actually, didn't even see that. Wait, we're talking about pin shot there, Peacher, or what? Yeah, so that's the reason I have shared misery there. But what else? What else could I put there? It's my thought. Could go with like a movement speed one, like a movement speed. I don't think I kept any like movement speed. Whatchamacallit? I'm sure I didn't. I think the days is probably gonna be worth the most here. So we'll do it. Because I'll probably be doing this for a little bit. I don't think I care about anything else here. Oh, we can go 43%, that's fine. Yeah, let's do that. If I find like a movement speed one that I might change my mind. Oh, I forgot getting one of these bags. Alright. Different. We got here. Sure. Should probably get like a don't they have one of those new bow transmogs from the whatchamacallit? Should totally check out my transmog bow. Ghostwalker's pog movement speed aspect. I'm actually thinking about the one where you don't get hit and you're getting like X amount of like damage for that. Dodge one? No. It's when you don't get hit for X amount of seconds, you getting, I think it's like 20% movement speed or something like that. It resets when you get hit. Temerity's kind of nice though. I'm probably tougher in this setup than my normal bug setup. Although I think I'd be tougher if I had the Umbrus, because I'm getting hit less than usual. So I think that actually might be better than like Might now for sure, consistently since. Make this blade spin around and do more damage. Okay, so I'll explain what's happening, Sato. What's happening is that when you are poison imbued, okay, the damage that you get from poison imbue while using Blade Dancer, the Blade Dancer is supposed to get a portion of the poison imbue damage relative to the Blade Dancer's damage. That's not happening. What's happening is that the Blade Dancer, when poison imbued, is getting the original Twisting Blade's value for damage, making Blade Dancer basically giving you the original Twisting Blade's damage value on poison imbuement 3 times from the Blade Dancer itself, which is considerably stronger than the Blade Dancer's damage. It's supposed to work off the Blade Dancer's damage, not the original Twisting Blade's damage, because that's not what's hitting. That's bugged. So it's not supposed to do that. But that's what makes poison scaling so insane with Twisting Blades, but not any other core skill. But that is primarily the reason why we saw huge poison ticks, especially like in, you know, preseason and stuff like that.
Take my money.
Because of that.
Charmager0s cheered X1. Greetings, fellow late nighters. I wanted to express this
Charm,
for
what's
your
going on?
continued insights, perspective, and being up when I am. I literally recycled IRL cans and turned them into bitties.
What's up, man? Well, appreciate you having you here and that you're enjoying the content. I'm doing something out of the ordinary, and that's playing non-bugged setups for now, just because I'm kind of tired of the AOZ grind. So doing something different. Aw, man, dude, it's all right, man. It's all good. I'm just glad you were enjoying the content. That makes me happy. Yeah. There's just so many things going on with AOZ, man. I try to make myself enjoy it, but I don't know. But anyways, yeah, I'm choosing the yeah. Tato, you said, but Blade Dancer is supposed to work like imbuement Shadow is, or the imbuement is doing? No, it's not supposed to work that way. Why does Blade Dancer only get that value, but not any of the other core rogue skills? That makes 0 sense. Like every other aspect works off of the damage of the aspect. Why would Blade Dancer be, for whatever strange reason, any different? But the bug has been reported several times. We've gotten a thumbs up, which is an acknowledgement that it is bugged. They haven't said much more about it. It's like Flurry gets full damage all around. Yeah, but no, but I think you're not understanding what the bug is. The poison imbuement is getting the damage of the full twisting blades, not the Blade Dancer damage, which is a lot less. It's the full twisting blades value. Flurry doesn't get it on this. It doesn't get the full damage. It doesn't get it doesn't work the same way with Flurry. It doesn't work the same way with repeating because it's just a different aspect. But it just doesn't work that way with other skills. Like without the imbue, the damage works just fine. The Blade Dancer doesn't get the damage of the original Twisting Blade skill. Normally, it only does it with Poison Imbue. Why? So you're saying Blade Dancer should do more damage than what it's advertising by a lot? That's what you're saying? That doesn't make any sense. If Blade Dancer was supposed to do 3 times the amount of damage of the original Twisting Blade's value, then that makes Blade Dancer 300% multiplier for Twisting Blaze. Why should Twisting Blaze get a 300% damage multiplier? That makes 0 sense. 0 sense. But Twisting Blades is only getting that with the poison imbuement, not any other imbuement. So it just decreased the base damage. So I think we're getting into a different conversation. I think I don't disagree with you on that in a sense. I'm just telling you what's bugged. I think that's just the only case I was arguing, is just telling you what was bugged. Why poison imbuement works the way it does with Blade Dancer, and that particular part is bugged. Whether or not I like it or not, or I agree with it or not, is irrelevant, right? It's just a matter of it is bugged. It is doing way more damage than it's supposed to. No, but I mean, I'm just saying what's happening. You know, if or when that bug gets fixed, Twisting Blaze will not be doing nearly as much damage poison related. It will be along the same lines of all the other core skills, which is honestly what it's supposed to be. By the way, this is so much more fun to play, by the way, y'all. Significantly more fun to play. How many seasons will I have to assist before I don't consider a bug? Whenever Blizzard said it's not a bug. If they say it's a bug, who am I to sit there and tell that the developers that it's not a bug? I'm confused. So if the developer says it's a bug, why do you feel like it's not? Is my question. It's not about what I think it is. It's about what they literally legit confirmed. I'll put it to you this way, Riptide. You know what's a bug? You know what's a bug, Riptide? In Diablo 3? Do you know about the whole immortal the whole like immortal what do you call it? I forgot what it's called. Token. The immortal token on the follower with the Unity ring. Do you know about that in D3? Are you aware of that bug? Because that's been bugged for like 6 or 7 years. And they left it in. They said it was a bug and they left it in. Is it no longer considered a bug? Even though they said that it was? But I don't understand. It's still a bug. Just because they left it in doesn't mean it's not a bug. It just means that they're okay with the bug. That's like saying this season they left all the bugs in the game this season, so none of the stuff in this game right now in season 2 is a bug because they left it there. Yeah, I'm just by technical definition. By technical definition, a bug doesn't no longer become a bug just because it exists for a while. Like that doesn't make a bug not a bug. It just means that they haven't bothered to fix the bug. There's still exploits and stuff like that in speed runs all the time, right? They're exploiting glitches. Like when you watch speedrunners do speedrun stuff, they say, I'm exploiting a glitch. Right? They don't say, oh, that's how the game is supposed to be. No, speedrunners are finding glitches that aren't going to be fixed, but they still say it's a glitch or it's an exploit. Why is Diablo, for some strange reason, the only game, or people in Diablo trying to argue the fact that definition doesn't exist? It's the only game I know that I've ever played or been around where people are just saying, oh, that's not a bug. No, it is a bug. Just because I haven't fixed it yet doesn't make it not a bug. Like, it's still a bug. Whether or not they're okay with it is a different story. Like right now, this entire season, they're okay with it. They're letting it go. There's no stuff go. Is Toboss will bug? Is Toboss will bug? How about this? Answer that question. Is Toboss will bug? Yes or no? To ball wheels is bug. Okay, but they know it's bug and they didn't fix it this season. So that means it's not a bug? By definition, by your definition, you're saying it's not a bug. Because they have not fixed it yet. Yet. Keyword is yet. Yeah, it's a bug. That's what I'm saying. The same thing with the whole poison abuse thing. It is a bug. It is a bug. I didn't say bugs are good or bad. That's changing topic. The topic I'm talking about is if something is bugged, it is bugged. I didn't say it was good or bad. I didn't say it was great. I didn't say anything. I didn't talk about the bug's credit score or nothing. All I'm saying is it a bug or is it not a bug? If it's a bug, then it's working. It's not working as intended. I'm not like, shunning anyone out or saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying it's a bug. That's it. It's not whether I want it to be a bug or not, or I'm trying to force it by definition. Or trying to force it because my opinion, I'm just saying for a fact that a bug is a bug, whether I like it or not. There are some good bugs that I like, but it's still a bug. See, Riptide, here's the problem. There are some things I can't say. You know how like some devs tell certain people sometimes, like they have their own individual conversations and stuff like that? You can't go out and say certain things. And not only that, I can't even tell you the avenue of where things could be said or whatever because it's NDA'd. So I can't sit there and come out and show you why I know it's bug or why they have confirmed it because I can't publicly show you that. It's like people want me to get in trouble because some of the other partners did not see it. It's like that's not how that works. Then publicly is not a bug. That is a weird definition, bro. I do not agree with that. That is, I don't know how we can just change the definition of it because the public doesn't know. So if there's something in the game that no one knows is bugged, does it mean it's not bugged? That's weird. So if people don't know something is bugged, doesn't mean it's not bugged. It just means you don't know about it. It doesn't change technical definition. What up, Ryan, on YouTube? You know what's been bugged for a while? Victimize. This whole thing with Victimize has been bugged all this time. I just happened to find out exactly what that bug was yesterday. But we've always kind of felt something was wrong with the damage of Victimize, even when we were playing with it towards the beginning. So Victimize shouldn't be fixed? Should Victimize remain in the same state that it is right now because it's been bugged since launch and they haven't done anything about it? Changing a bit the topic does when force double damage work on staggered bosses? I mean, it should just work in general. Staggered or not staggered, it's not a crowd control thing. Because it says it knockbacks a target and it does double damage. So it should just do the double damage regardless. It just won't knock them down. If they wanted to fix it, it would be fixed. So you're a coder and a developer, not Riptide. You think you know exactly what the priorities now are and what they should and should not fix by now. So if you do code, then you know that they have priorities. Maybe that's something that is lower on their priorities list, right? So if they haven't gotten to it yet, why do you feel like they should have that should have been priority over other things? There are definitely things that are way more broken than that Poison to Beam and Blade Dancer stuff. Which is honestly explains why it probably hasn't been touched yet. They're okay with it for now. I mean, the game is only 6 months old, man. He would make it sound like if they haven't fixed anything or fixed something in like a few months, that all of a sudden like they're cool with it. Whoops. I'm just saying it as a bug. I don't know why people want to change the definition of what a bug is. Now, whether it's okay with it, I mean, you can like the bug. I'm not taking offense if you like the bug. It's totally cool, man. I'm totally okay with you liking the bug. I have no problems with that. I'm just saying the bug is a bug. That is it, by definition. That is it. I'm not trying to nerf your build or anything like that. I'm just saying what it is. I mean, when I play Smash Melee, you know, we use wave dashing and whatnot, exploits or bugs all the time. The game still has bugs. People still say it's bugs. I've been a part of many different communities, fighting game communities, whatever like that. I've never been a part of a community where people try to redefine what a bug is. Never, ever. Diablo's the only one that try to find some way to make it seem like something that is not. Like, bro, it's a bug. It's okay that it's a bug. Whether they fix it or not, it's still up to them at the end of the day. But Woody Joe constantly in the partner area consistently asked for them to fix the bug. He spoke about it in the same spot all the time. So I'm not the only one who thinks that or who's been asking for that. But I know there are some rogues who would not want that to be fixed, and I get that. But I think Woody and I are like the ones that kind of speak out the most about it because it's like, well, it's a bug. It just should be fixed. A bug is something that means it doesn't do what it's intended, but the intentions could change. Yeah, it could change. Or I'm gonna say intentions could change, but it's like, it doesn't mean that it's not a bug anymore. It just means that they're okay with the bug. That's it. Just like right now, To Boss Will is bugged, right? They're okay with the fact that it's bugged because they're leaving it in for the season. Have they said? Did they say they were going to fix the bug? No, they didn't say that yet, have they? We assume they're going to fix it next season. We assume, but they did not publicly come out and say they're going to fix the Boss Will bug. But we all agree it's a bug, right? Isn't that not the same thing? It's the same thing. Blizzard did not publicly come out and say we're fixing To Boss Will bug, did that? No. They never mentioned that. So does that mean To Boss Will is not bugged anymore? By your definition, that means To Boss Will is not bugged. And I think anyone would think that that is silly. That is a silly thought. In fact, to be honest with you, Blizzard actually never came out publicly and said that To Boss Will was bugged. They said it was broken. They didn't say it was bugged, technically. But we all do know that it's bugged. It's obviously bugged. We all know that's not intended. It's obvious. No, their intentions didn't change. That's no different than what we were talking about before, though, right? It doesn't matter whether To Boss Will would be awful with that or not, or rogues would be awful without To Boss Will. I agree with you. I agree with that concept, but that's getting off a topic. Topic is, what is the topic? Is something bugged? Yes or no? Yes or no, right? What's the definition of a bug? If something is not working as intended, it is considered a what? A bug. That's it. Now, whether that bug stays in the game for 3 months or it stays in the game for 75 years, it doesn't change the definition of what a bug is. That's it. But you can't say that To Boss Will is a bug, but then yet the Poison Imbuement Rogue Blade Dancer thing is not a bug. When it's legit the same thing. Blizzard didn't fix To Boss Will yet, just like they didn't fix the Blade Dancer with the poison imbuement yet. So Rogues feel very weak compared to other classes. Oh, I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, obviously, Boss Wall was necessary for rogues to do okay in Abattoir's year. Obviously, right? So definitely not debating that argument, right? Of course. Just getting back to the original topic. What is a bug? The Paula was going on. He said, "This is awesome. I'm not even arguing. I'm just literally just trying to keep feelings out of it and just literally going by definition. Like, it's not about whether I feel like something is a bug or I feel like something isn't working as intended. It's literally whether it's just facts. If it's a bug, it's a bug. If it's not a bug, it's not a bug. I'm not trying to finagle it or make it seem like something that is not. But I can tell you, at least this much, that Woody and I both have been advocating for all bugs, that includes the boss will and everything like that, to be fixed, and we report them all the time and say things that are still in the game that should not be in the game. Still, the poison with the Blade Dancer thing has been bugged for some time. And each time, Woody and I bring it back up to them each time. So this whole no other partner, has seen whatever, I guess, like, and whatnot, or why people are trying to gang up on me in the sense where it's like, no other partner may not have seen the interaction that me and the other dev had about it, or maybe Woody and the other dev may have had about it. Like, I can't show you my receipts to show you that, man. Like, like I can't physically, if I could, I totally would, but I can't do that. I couldn't record my conversations with the devs at Blizzcon. I can't do that for obvious reasons. And not only that, but when we do post bug reports sort of like that, not everybody keeps up with that particular avenue. Not everybody reads all the posts in that particular avenue. Not everybody scrolls up to look at all the bug reports that were posted. So it is easily that people could have missed some of those conversations. So if people did not see it, that's not normal. I guarantee you that not everybody saw what Sarah posted about the bug that she posted. Not everybody saw that. Because not everybody's paying attention at the time. So I don't know how that's not like out of the ordinary, that everyone may not see every conversation being had. But you can believe what you want to. I'm just simply stating facts. Bro, I'm playing like I'm playing terrible now because I'm trying to chat. What happened to the Maxroll logo on the Huff Gloves? There we go. I think I had them turned off because I had something else open. No, you're doing great, keeping the question clear, and I agree with you. You're just not in the mood to hear someone fight. You really refuse to understand. Paula, I'm just literally I'm taking my feelings out of it. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The glow respawn is spawned outside of the boss area. It's fine outside of the policy. I couldn't go to it. Oh no. But yeah, the parlay. I mean, that's the thing though. Like, I'm not trying to change the definition of what it is, and whether or not I'm not even talking about if it's a good bug or a bad bug. I'm not saying it should be in, or I'm saying it shouldn't be in. I'm just stating what it is, and that is it. I know people don't like that, but that's it. I mean, there are things I don't like that there are bugs that I like, or some things that are bugs that I do like. Stop using core damage. It's bugged. Not on this build, it's not. Right now, core damage works exactly how as intended on anything that isn't poison related. So try again. I'll put the zoom in. Gotcha. And that's the thing. I'm not even like trying to like, I guess to me, as you guys know, for those who've been here for a while, obviously, I'm an advocate for them fixing all bugs. I don't care what the bug is. Like I'm an advocate for them fixing all bugs. It just doesn't matter. So I'm going to advocate for it. I'm not going to be biased towards one bug or another. I know people might feel differently, but I've been asking them to fix the boss will before they okayed it for Abattoir's Ear. You guys, you guys remember that? Hey, let's not call anyone's names, Anime Fist. Don't do that. Don't do that. We can argue and debate without calling anyone names. Don't do that. Playing zoom in makes things weird? Yes. So stop using Ravenous because it can be snapshotted? You're right. Guess what I'm not doing? Snapshotting it. As long as I don't snapshot it, guess what? It's not bugged. Therefore, I'm using Ravenous as intended. You can keep going though. You can. I mean, if I'm using something that is clearly bugged, let me know. I won't use it. Again, it's a personal choice. I'm not saying anyone using it is bad. Obviously, I've used bug interactions for how long now in AOZ. So I'm not trying to be a saint. I just don't want to use bugs anymore. That's all it really is. That's all it really is. That's all I'm doing today. I don't know why anyone's having a problem with that. Yeah, man, I don't know. This week, I'm just not going to use any bugged interaction or bugs, whatever, and that's... Technically speaking, I could use the boss will if I wanted to, as long as I use force for arrow and I don't shoot more than 3 times. Then technically speaking, to boss will, I'm not using the to boss will bug. I could do that. I just didn't want to use boss will at all. Just by choice. Wait, what was the quick fix? You said is a quick fix not making core skill not work with poison. It just seems kind of odd that's the route that they went. I almost think they did that because it was probably just easier to try to lessen the problem rather than actually fixing the core problem, which is not uncommon. If it's easier to do it that way and you get a similar results in terms of a power scaling, then you take the easier route. But I don't think that actually really worked out well for them. But they're not going to publicly, come out and actually say that to people. No, but I don't think that was the way to go. I don't think taking away options, or taking away stat options to buff anything is a good way to do that. Bro, this map is really hard to play zoomed in, by the way, because of that like death pulse. If they don't fix it, whatever you assume, but a level of intention. It could be several factors. That's the thing. We never know why something remains bugged for a long time. We can assume we know, right? We can always all assume we know, but we can't sit there and make up a definition of saying, oh, if they didn't fix it by tomorrow, obviously, that must mean that it's intentional. We can't say that for a fact at all whatsoever. It could be one of those things where they just couldn't fix or haven't found a fix for it yet, or they tried to fix it internally and new bugs came up and they're just like, until we find like an actual fix, we'll leave it alone. That happens all the time in all kinds of games and programming and software and all that kind of stuff, right? So if something remains bugged for a while, it just very well could be they don't have a fix for it yet, or they haven't found a solution for it yet. We cannot assume that, they're okay with it. Or they could eventually be like, you know what, we're fine with that. And if they're fine with that, then at that point it's intentional. It's still technically a bug, but they're fine with it. But that's usually them coming out and saying they're pretty much cool with it. But until then, we never know why something isn't fixed or something remains for a long time. And it's just very interesting to see the community feel like they know exactly what the devs are doing or thinking or what they're intending. No one knows. I don't know. I don't pretend to know. I don't know why it's remained certain ways for a long time. I don't know why Victimize has been bad for as long as it's been. I would never pretend to act like I know. I'm not a dev. I am not a dev. All I can tell you is it doesn't work as intended, right? Victimize does not work as intended. The past 6 months, it hasn't. I don't think it's intentional. I don't think they're intending to make Victimize bad for the entire time. That's a really crazy argument. Where it's like, yeah, we're totally fine with Victimize being terrible. I don't think they are. Maybe they are. Who knows? But it just seems really weird that they would be. But I don't think that that's a great point of view to kind of take on that, though. At least until they actually say it. Like if they actually come out and say it, then it's like, okay, well, they actually said it. But I will say this, though. I will say this, and this is all I can say. And if the other partners want, if the other people that you probably have asked because you know people are get so upset about this that they got to go and like pull up all the other partners that may be associated. And you can do this if you want to. I literally could care less. But here's what you can do. I will tell you this. On one of the 3 occasions that I posted about that bug for poison, imbuement, and twisting blade dancer, Woody's also posted about that 3 to 4 times. I posted about it 3 times. One of the 3 times that I posted about it, I got a confirmation emote. That's generally what they do when they acknowledge something that is bugged. They either have a magnifying glass that says we're looking into it, or they confirm it with an emote. They won't necessarily always say, hey, yes, that is bugged. We're going to look into it. They may not respond that way to what we're saying. So I'm going to put it to you this way. If any partners may not have scrolled through the ginormous list of bugs we post and not see that confirmation emote on one of the 3 times that I posted about that bug, they may not know. That's all I can tell you without getting myself in trouble. But it's easy to miss because not everybody is scrolling up to look at all the bug reports that were sent. They might be looking for an actual dev saying, hey, this is this, but they don't always do that. Rarely do they do that, but they will tell you, I will say this, they will tell us if something is not bugged, they will mention it. They will say, we test this internally, working as intended. You want to know how I know? Because I thought something was off with rapid fire initially, like rapid fire and barrage. So I did a couple of clips over like that, and I said I think the rapid fire damage is not doing as much damage as it's supposed to. To come to find out, actually, it's weapon mastery and advanced rapid fire that's not working the way it's supposed to. So I brought that bug back up to confirm why I thought something was wrong. But initially, I thought it was just a damage. You know what they did when I posted that bug? They responded and said, we tested this internally, working as intended. That has never been said. That has never been said whenever Woody and I posted about the poison imbue bug with Blade Dancer. Not once did they ever come back to it. Either one of us. Each time we posted and said, working as intended. You can look at that however you want to. Make sure you clip this so you can show anyone else that you might need confirmation bias from. And I have no problems with any other partners. I'm actually friends with practically every other partner there. I have no animosity against them at all whatsoever. They just may not have seen that interaction, and that's fine. That happens. That happens all the time.
Yeah, give it over.
But I think people were looking for it like an actual ongoing back and forth conversation or something, and they didn't see that. And of course, they didn't have one. There wasn't one. But I've been, a partner for a long time to know exactly how they go about these things. You going to bed, Sato? Yeah, we're going, man. Charlotte's cat. We can't assume either way, which means we can assume either way as well. Well, I mean, you can assume all you want, right, Ryan? But assuming won't change facts, right? Assuming won't change any facts because you don't know. We simply just don't know. So saying they want something to be a certain way or something is not is stating something that you simply don't know, that we simply just don't know, right? I just think it's odd to express things that we don't know and state them as fact. Because by that definition, you can make anything sound true, as long as you you know, believe it enough. Notice that the last 45-minute discussion was so unnecessary. It comes up every now and then. It'll come up again. Like if they don't fix it in season 3, it'll come back up again. Guaranteed. Yes, because you and Woody are both dismissive of things that people do that include Blade Dancer. I mean, I think we just are looking for Blade Dancer to work the way that it's supposed to, like it's supposed to. I guess that's kind of it. We don't have like a secret motive or anything. So I don't really understand. I mean, when you fix something, when something is dominant, because obviously it's overperforming, you fix that, right? Because it wasn't intended. Then they can be like, okay, these other options are underperforming, let's say on Twisting Blades. So now you have more options for how you may want to play Twisting Blades, because the one dominant option that's dominating because of an unintended, interaction, you now have more options. So now the public has more things to do with Twisting Blades. Sounds like a win, not a loss. Honestly, if Moody and I had any sort of agenda at all whatsoever, we would probably just say remove Blade Dancer, because neither of us really too much care for it. But obviously that's 100% bias, and why would we do that? Why would we even advocate for that? That makes zero sense. My thing is, I think I've been very fair because I want to boss Will Fix. Do I not play combo points? I still want to fix. It's not about whether or not it benefits me or doesn't benefit me. I want to fix. Simple. You said we're dismissive? Okay, so is this like a different conversation then? So we're not talking about bugs anymore. We're talking about like, we're not really the biggest fan of like poison imbuement, Twisting Blades. Is that what that is? I mean, we're not, but I mean. Am I using temerity right now? Yep. But yeah. But I think that when it comes to Poison Twisting Blades, if people ask me what's the strongest build, or have been asking me what's the strongest build for the longest time, what have I always said? Poison Twist or Poison TV. I don't undersell it. I don't make it sound like it's a terrible thing. I acknowledge what it is. What do you want me to, like? What would you like to see from me? I guess is my question. I don't think I was ever dishonest about Twisting Blades at any point. The patterns just don't make sense on the ways for Liliths. It gets a little weird. You have to kind of force the you gotta kind of force a pattern of waves to kind of happen. So generally speaking, it's easiest to deal with the waves if you're towards the bottom of the ring when she jumps up, because then she spawns a more predictable patterns. That becomes a little easier to dodge. It's not 100% full foul proof, but it does help. Kind of makes that fight a little weird. Yeah, I actually kind of like I like Temerity. I probably could just do without Temerity, but I kind of like I'm using Temerity mainly for the conceited buff, basically. So like I get the conceited buff whenever I have Temerity buff up, and that works really well with Undying because I'm constantly always healing no matter what. So like it's basically, I don't want to say perma buff, but it's very close to it unless I'm just like make a mistake. Like if I just jump in and make a mistake, I don't pay attention and I get hit, then of course, or get hit too many times, I lose my buff kind of thing. Where I was wondering if there's any invulnerable rogue for it. No, if you get hit by the wave, you're going to die. You can build yourself to take a hit from the wave, but that is a extremely specific Paragon board layout and build layout that you're probably not going to want to do. Nor do you probably have the gear for it. I think, well, most people don't even have the gear to do that for Lilith. So it's just basically getting used to the patterns and learning the patterns. Or once your rogue gets strong enough, you can just avoid all the patterns altogether and just skip the stages. Because she's really not that strong anymore, or she doesn't have nearly as much health as she used to. So you can pretty much skip the patterns now. You got Railgun in the beginning of AOZ. Oh, by the Banshees. I actually kind of want to see how I would fare on like a T1 in AOZ with this. Just out of curiosity. After level 100, what can I do to boost my damage? Because best I can do is Nightmare Dungeon 70. I honestly, when you hit level 100, chances are you don't necessarily have have the best gear, all the gear that you need. There are probably some uber uniques you don't have. Like you probably haven't done any like Duriels or anything yet. There's some regular uniques you probably don't have for a build either. So some of your best bets could just be starting to farm for mats to be able to run certain bosses to get the necessary pieces. Because I think most builds now are running with, you know, at least a couple of uniques, like regular uniques. Uber uniques aren't necessary by any means, but some of the regular uniques do kind of give a pretty nice power boost, I guess you could say. So that's kind of what you would want to start to focus on at that point. See what gear pieces you're missing. I don't know if you're following a guide or like that you're looking up a guide online or anything, but generally speaking, guys would generally have those things listed in there for you wherever you go. But I'm making them unstoppable like really quick. Like these guys are coming, like they're becoming unstoppable like very fast. I don't really have a lot of too much crowd control. At least I don't think I do. I want to do crossbow. Let's do crossbow instead. Let me see if Moonrise and Ravenous is enough to make the crossbow feel okay. Oof. Where was I? Okay, no, we'll just go this way. The Fonzie said thanks for the answer. Yeah, man, no problem. I personally do want them to get rid of the T-Bolt thing. Instead, I want them to do the funny things to everyone else's skills. Nah, man. I mean, like I said, I'm just an advocate of fixing anything that is not intended, whether it's for my benefit or not. Am I farming something right now? Nope. I'm legit just playing a game. I'm just doing nightmare dungeons basically for fun. I might do like some low level ALZ stuff, but mostly just nightmare dungeons. Maybe some Helltide. My demo AOZ? Yeah, mostly, yeah. There's so... I understand this is like Blizzard's first iteration, you know, of AOZ, but there's just a lot of jank, I guess for lack of a better word, with AOZ. It really needs a second look at it, honestly. I mean, I like the fact that there is harder content. Don't get me wrong. I've always been an advocate for that. But some things are just quite a bit unreasonable. I'll put it that way. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that I actually have more issues with the state of the game going into AOZ than AOZ itself. But it is because of the state of the game is what causes AOZ to be extreme. Well, for one, to be extremely imbalanced between the classes, and two, extremely imbalanced between the builds and the things you kind of have to do to even kind of like progress or feel comfortable, I guess, in AOZ, which I find quite weird. Feel free to say it could be a sucks for real. I mean, I think if anything, you know, Twisting Blades kind of has it the easiest. Simply just because well, I'll put it this way. When it comes to, I guess, the fishy part of it, Twisting Blades can work on multiple different mob types, whereas like every other build is pretty much gonna require spiders. So I mean, I think Twisting Blades is okay. I mean, you're still gonna have to fish, like the top clears. You're still gonna have to spin quite a few keys or whatnot. So I mean, it doesn't put Rogue in a great spot, but Twisting Blades makes it more manageable. But I think the thing is though, is that like there's very little room for creativity or like I put it this way. AOZ is supposed to be difficult. I've never been a fan of anything that can potentially one-shot you that you cannot react to. Period. I don't care what it is. If you cannot react to it, it should not have the potential to one-shot you when you have the requirements. Like let's say if something elemental one-shots you, but you are res capped, you have the maximum amount of elemental resistances you can that you're supposed to have, you should never get one shot by anything elemental. Now, you should take a lot of damage by something big. I agree with that, but nothing should ever one shot you. Nothing elemental especially should one shot you if you are capped in that elemental resistances. Ever. Period. Now, I'm okay with one-shot mechanics that can be avoided. If you can avoid it, and the enemy said, hey, guess what? I'm about to hit you. And they give you 3 seconds to move out the way, and you chose not to move out the way, and it one-shots you, that's different, right? Because at that point, you made the choice to get hit by that said thing. If anything that is elemental, and you are elemental, if you are capped elementally, right? You should never get hit, never get one shot by something you cannot react to. Period. No, it doesn't matter the class. It doesn't matter the class. It does not matter the build. Doesn't matter, period. So on any class, like it doesn't matter. It should not have the ability to one shot you. I'll say it again, Riptide. If you are elemental resistance capped and something elemental hits you and you can't dodge it because it is impossible to dodge, there's no way to react to it, you should not get one shot as long as you have your resistances capped to that resistance. It does not matter anything because you can't counterplay it. At that point, it's people don't, you go into it, you don't understand that when you have all of this stuff is capped, right? You have all this stuff is capped. You can't go any higher on that particular resistance itself. You should take a lot of damage. I'm not saying you shouldn't take damage. I'm saying you shouldn't get one-shotted. It should never be a time where you get one-shotted by that. You're still missing the point. I'm saying, Riptide. You just want to argue the way you just want to argue for the sake of arguing. Why do you feel like anyone should get one-shotted when you have max resist on an elemental attack? Why should anyone get one-shotted by an elemental attack that they can't dodge when you are res capped? No, it does affect that. But you're not answering my question. You're going around the question again. You're very good at not answering my question. I'm not saying DR and stuff doesn't affect that. I'm saying you shouldn't get one-shotted. I'm not saying you shouldn't take damage. I'm saying you shouldn't get one-shotted. The damage reduction and life should cushion you more. You're missing the point, Riptide. I'm saying you should never get one-shotted if you were elementally recapped. Like elemental resistant cap, you should never get one-shotted. Period. You just shouldn't. That you can't. I'll put this right. I'll put it this way. You shouldn't get one-shotted by something you can't dodge. I want to ignore life in DR. Bro, I'm not about to have this conversation with you, man. You literally trying to sit there and say that I have no DR on my character. I'm elementally resistantly capped. I have quite a bit of DR. I'm missing one roll of close damage reduction. I have a Doombringer. I have a Shaco. I have close damage on my skills. Okay. And I still get one-shotted by a teleporting Sork in T5. Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing, Riptide? I have DR on both my chest and amulet. And a teleporting Sork. No, but see, you're missing the point. You're trying to say that I should. You're still missing the point. Because I like HP. I had 23,000 HP. How much HP do I need to not get one shot by something I can't dodge? How does that make sense to? I should take a lot of damage. It should not be a one shot. Period. It just should not be a one shot. If you can't dodge it, why is it a one shot? I don't understand when you have elemental resistance is capped, you have your armor capped, you have damage reduction on most. I have damage reduction on like 80% of the stuff. And the teleporting sword can one shot. That makes no sense to me. I mean, you make it sound like I had 0 damage reduction. I mean, and that ain't true. I had sturdy maxed out, right? I got reactive defense whenever I'm crowd controlled, right? We go into Paragon. What DR did I take in Paragon? Oh, look here. I got the glyph here. Damage reduction versus slowed enemies, right? Got a glyph here. Guess what I got here? Damage reduction versus elites. What do I have here? Damage reduction almost maxed out here. Guess what I have here? Damage reduction here too as well. How are you telling me that I didn't put any DR? That is completely just, you're capping, bro. Like 100% cap. You're trying to tell me that I don't have enough to not get one-shotted in the T5 for something I cannot dodge? Like, ain't no way. Doombringer, Shaco, damage reduction here, damage reduction there. Health everywhere. I had health here, health on both of my rings, capped. Okay, damage reduction here versus elites, damage reduction with slowed. I had these two here. I had life pretty much here. I had devious here, so I had extra health here. You're missing the point, though. You're totally missing the point, bro. You're saying that even though I have like 7 avenues of damage reduction and I'm capped, I still deserve to get one-shotted? That's what you're telling me? You're telling me that people deserve to get one-shotted when they have 7 damage reduction avenues and 4 different max life rolls, capped and res, and armor. And one shot should happen to something you cannot control. Bro, I'm really not about to get into that argument with you, man. I understand that you're really trying to make D4 be the one competitive thing that you're able to do, But bro, it ain't like that. Just because you literally have like 1 or 2 more rolls than I do from trading to try to get your amulet with close damage and distant damage, and you complete, I mean, 100% got rolls on stuff that 99.9999% of players would not ever be able to even remotely get. And you're saying everyone else, the 99.99% of players deserve to get one shot. That is the stupidest argument I ever heard. That is stupid. That argument, I'm not saying you're stupid. That argument is absolutely stupid. 99.99% of players deserve to get, but then, yes, but then you just said all the damage reduction stuff you got right now, it's like 0.1% of players who have that. You have damage reduction on legit everything to just not get one shot. How do you think isn't that kind of weird? I don't want to get one shot anymore. So I have, so I literally, they can do it too. Okay. It's on them. Got it. You sound like an elitist right now. And I'm a competitive player, but you totally sound like an elitist. And the Diablo 4 game at that. Elitist in a Diablo 4 game. Because you didn't sit there on DiabloTrade.com and try to and try to trade for the absolute exact rolls on every single piece of gear to avoid a one shot. To avoid a one shot that you're not supposed to get one shot by. It's their fault. It wasn't supposed to be for everyone. So it's only for the 0.01% of players who happen to attain that much DR. No. I do agree that hard content should be for a small portion of the player base. 0.01% of the player base, Retired, is not good for business. It's just not good for business. Like when you have your content creators who don't want to play it, that's a problem. Like when you have people who grind a lot that don't play it, it's a problem. Barricade doesn't want to play it. Lucky doesn't want to play it. And you mentioned his name a lot. Who else doesn't want to play it? Rax just like, screw it. We have people who grind, who are min-maxers, who don't want to play this A content. They deserve it, is what you're trying to say? They deserve to not be able to not have fun with AOZ? Like that just makes no sense to me. But yes, in terms of design is concerned, I do think it's silly. I honestly do think it's silly that if you only have one life to live in AOZ, that you should be able to, if there's any one-shot mechanic, anything that could one-shot you, if you're missing, let's put it this way. If anything has the potential to one-shot you, period, it should be dodgeable. Should be. You should never experience one-shots with a decent amount of damage reduction and capped out res and armor. Nothing that you cannot control should not one-shot you, period. Especially if you only have one life. That makes 0 sense. You can't die in there. So if you get unlucky by something, then that's your fault. Is what you're saying. The LG is bad for Rogue. I mean, I don't think it's really great for Rogue. I wouldn't say it's bad. I think it's kind of meh. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's asinine that even if you have all the right rolls, if your rolls aren't high enough, you by definition saying people deserve to get one-shotted. I think that is some of the most, again, that is a very elitist attitude, bro. Did your chest roll, 13.3, damage versus close mobs, or close damage reduction instead of like 18 point something percent? Well, too bad. You're gonna get one shot. That's such a silly thing, man. I mean, you can have all the right rolls and still get one shotted. No, but you're essentially saying it's the player's fault for not having a high enough roll on a DR piece. That's weird. That's a weird, that's called RNG. It's like saying it's people's fault that they don't have a Doombringer. That's just weird. Oh, you don't have a grandfather, with this particular build? Well, too bad. You don't deserve to do this. That's just, that to me, again, that sounds like that's like being elitist. That is bad. That is very bad, especially since the game is RNG based, right? You said because that 1%, Matt. What my point is that it shouldn't. You're saying it should because you got it now. Now all of a sudden you got all the right rolls at the highest, almost as high as percentage as you want, and now you can be a part of that exclusive 0.01% club that has that type of DR to where it doesn't bother you. You're dealing with it. It's not good mechanics. You're just dealing with it, and you're saying, well, everyone else should be able to do exactly what I did, and that's being elitist. That is totally being elitist. Nah, I mean, again, if my chest and my amulet did not roll near max close damage reduction and I get one-shotted, you're telling me it's my fault. You say at least think I'm better than everyone else. I'm the opposite. You keep bringing your gear set and what you are able, or what you're doing on your road as an example of why the other 99.99% of players are just complaining with no reason, because your 0.1% gear set is able to accomplish something that the other 99.99% can't. That is being elitist. And you're saying everyone should have that 0.01% gear set is what you're legit saying. And if they don't have it, then you deserve to get one-shotted. That has been your argument, and that is the weirdest thing to me, period. That's so weird. And this is coming from someone who was a professional esports player. And I'm telling you, you're being that argument is elitist. That is an elitist argument. If they want, they can get it. Tell that to everyone who doesn't have a Doombringer, bro. If they want, they can just make Duriel drop the Doombringer. Got it. You heard it here first, y'all. I didn't know we can make Duriel drop, force Duriel to drop Doombringers in a timely manner. I was unaware. Because you know you can't do, because you know you will get one shot without a Doombringer, right? I mean, I forced him to drop one for you, and there's yeah, but that's beside the point. We spent many hours doing it, and you're saying everyone can spend many hours in hopes for that. There are people who have ran 800 plus runs who don't have Doombringers. Is it their fault? Can you sit there and tell me right now with a straight face, the people who have ran 800 plus runs who don't have a Doombringer, it's their fault and they can't progress. They're not supposed to progress. That is what you essentially are saying. So you're saying it's their fault they didn't do more than 800 runs? Is that your argument? Yes or no? If they don't have a Doombringer in 800 runs, they shouldn't play AOZ. That's your argument. Because they don't have enough damage reduction nor enough health, because you won't have it that way without a Doombringer. But you said it yourself, the damage doesn't really rev up as much per tier. So if they get one-shotted in the low tiers of AOZ, it's their fault because they didn't do more than 800 runs for a Doombringer. And that's kind of what you said. You don't see how elitist that sounds? Talon, what's going on? Appreciate the sub. Gift the sub actually to Dank Honey Oil. Yeah, that's like saying I shouldn't succeed in life if I didn't win the lottery. It's just kind of a weird thing, man. It's just a weird thing to kind of like suggest. Why can't things just be skill, like more skill based? How well can you play your build? Not, you know, did you essentially, what you're saying, get the Doombringer? I'm playing like terribly right now. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that people shouldn't, you know, if you didn't, you know, if you didn't grow up with the hedge fund, that you don't deserve to be as successful. Like, that's just kind of what you're saying right now. But anyways, keeping it back to the game again, because you still haven't answered my question. So if you don't have a Doombringer, and you've tried, you did 800 plus runs, you don't have a Doombringer, they deserve to get one-shotted. That is essentially what you're saying. Because you will get one-shotted in the lower tiers if you don't have a Doombringer. You keep farming or don't do AOZ. Yes. Okay. Well, I'm playing terribly. Well, at least you admitted it. You're not backing down. You're admitting it, and that's fine. I just think Diablo 4 is a weird game to be an elitist in, though. Especially if you're grinding and, like, literally it's not even about trying to skill your way through it, but more so a gear check, and you're being elitist about something being a gear check. I believe in minimum requirements. I'll put it this way. I believe in like minimum requirements. Like your gear needs to be good. It needs to be good. No denying that, right? AOZ is supposed to be hard content. Your gear needs to be good. Okay. It doesn't need to be flat out in the one percentile category of roles to be able to participate. Keyword participate in AOZ without the fear of getting one-shotted when you only have one life, of getting one-shotted by mechanics you can't dodge. That is very poor game design. And just because you might be the one person, one of like, what, maybe 10 to 15 people that might have gear like that, doesn't make it okay. That's like saying, you know, world hunger is okay because I'm not starving. How does that make it okay because you're able to afford food? Like, it's a terrible, like, that's not a great. It doesn't solve the problem at the core. You found a way around dealing with the bad mechanics. It doesn't make it not bad mechanics, and that people deserve to get one-shotted because they don't have a near perfect roles to enter said AOZ without the fear of getting one-shotted by things they cannot dodge. That is bad game mechanics. This is damage shot. Are you glad that AOZ is only a trial? And before season 3 leaderboard worse than AOZ, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest with you. But at least from what I hear about the Gauntlet is nothing like AOZ, which in AOZ's current state, I'd be fine with not being like that. It's literally a poor man's Greater Rifts in Diablo 3. Diablo 3 has done it better, but Diablo 3's had many years to improve upon it. Whereas Diablo 4 this is their first iteration. So, I mean, it's not great by any means. Or it's not, I wouldn't even say it's in a good state, but the combination of just letting bug stuff run rampant. Glyph boosting, that's a thing. Infinite timers to clear. Oh wow. Where's the thing at? Okay. They have close damage reduction too, so this is going to take a while. Who's gonna win this fight?
Need more time. I'm not ready.
Only have 2 potions left. Missed. I think I spent most of my potions
Need more time.
it'd be funny if I staggered him. You win, Mr. Butcher. Actually, you know what I should have did? You see this little potion thing up here? I should have went back to this healing well. I didn't think about it. But yeah, had the little lightning dome not been there, I probably wouldn't have used nearly as many potions. I kind of want a rematch. I actually like fighting Butcher. That's a fair fight. It's an actual fair fight when you don't, like, you know, 3-shot him. And that's all I had to do. That one thing was left. That was it. Yeah, what was it? Sarah, yeah. Sarah recently just posted a bug in AOZ where she legit, I was looking at the clip and I was trying to figure out exactly what hit her or what procced her, and like none of us have figured it out yet. Like literally this is like between, but like before the Bloodseekers like spawn, she basically would have gotten one-shotted by something you couldn't, like, no one knew. Thankfully, obviously, she had her cheat death potion, obviously, in our core when it happened. But yeah, that like what?
Come back if you need the forge.
I wouldn't necessarily say all that. Not my free world. Technically speaking, you're not wrong, but there is a certain level of heightened fear, which can, you know, cause nervousness, which makes you kind of play a little bit differently because you're scared. You know, even with the cheat death potion like that, like there's still a heightened sense of you could lose this character permanently. That kind of gives a certain thrill that you will not find in software, even with all that. But on the surface level, technically, you can die in hardcore and not lose your character as long as you have a cheat death. Technically, yes. So a lot of people have technically, honestly, have actually died in hardcore, but they had a cheat death, so they didn't. So they cheated the death, per se. but the death actually happened. They just, you know. Regardless, though, that is a super scary feeling. That, of course, playing a hard, softcore, you don't care about at all, whatsoever.
Stitched in gold. You know how Domin is. Wants to give his boy a proper coming of age. A ceremony fit for kings. I know you've worked to the bone, but the day isn't far.
Everyone just play the way you want and enjoy.
When the hunt is done.
I mean, I kind of agree with that. Not kind of, Damien, but I agree with that. I don't know why anyone gets offended by playing a different way or playing something different. I chose to play with no bugs today, and apparently a few people got offended. I'm just like, I don't even understand. It's a choice. Just today, or this week, I put it that way. I'm just doing it this week. I don't think I changed anything. I do feel a little glassier than I was earlier. Or maybe I'm just playing bad. How dare you play the game as as it was intended? Yeah, people got upset. But it's okay. Where are the two levers at? There we go. I do want to reiterate to chat. Debating and argument and stuff like that is totally fine. Just don't call anybody names. If you want to name call the type of argument being used, that's okay. But do not directly call anyone names in chat. Is that Temerity I have on? Yeah. think I haven't actually played this Nightmare Dungeon in a while.
I'm not ready yet. Need more time. Need more time.
What level did I clear on AOZ? I stopped at 14. I did a few 15s with pin shot. I actually messed up 2 clears by not swapping my skills out in time before the Bloodseekers arrived. But I got fed up with lagging the game for more damage and was like, you know what? Why am I even doing this at the end of the day? What I say is the strongest build for Rogue for AOZ. It's pretty close between pin shot, rapid fire, and or pin shot RF and twisting blaze. I think twisting blaze, honestly, at the end of the day, would probably have that higher ceiling. But it's really, really close. Oof. I didn't see that from the Banshee. We'll go again. So a lot of pin shot, rapid fire, seeing Woody do that. Yeah. Generally speaking, it's very common for Woody to make something very popular. I think of it this way, like, you know, you see who's somebody that you can recognize, something like that. Let's just say Michael Jordan. I think he's a name that, at least, even if you don't know anything about basketball, you recognize. You know, if Michael Jordan is doing said thing or one move, and you're really big into basketball, you're gonna want to, well, do the same thing, because, you know, in a lot of people's eyes, he's considered the GOAT, right? So, generally speaking, it's very common for like Woody to make something popular because he's, you know, extremely good player. He's well known, and he does all that stuff in hardcore too. So everyone's like, but I don't think pin shot rapid fire would have gotten as much of acclaim, honestly, right now if Woody chose to play Twisting Blaze instead this season. I mean, you'll still see some pin shot rapid fire clears because, I mean, the build was already out there. You know, like the work has been done. The theory craft has mostly figured out, in a sense. Well, it got more things came along, obviously, as people started to figure out more things you can do. Ironically, how many more things you can break or bug or you know, that kind of thing when it came to pin shot. That's exactly what happened. But anyways, the meta did evolve and things like that, and even Woody adapted, you know, to it. But generally speaking, you know, we would see a lot more people playing Twisting Blades if Woody started with Twisting Blades. Do Zoomers even know who MJ was? I guess that's actually a good point. I have to remember I'm a little older. I guess it's just a hard name to not know. even if you are a Zoomer. I don't know. You probably at least heard the name. You might not know what sport he played, but you might not, you might know the name. He's a baseball player, obviously. Well, he actually, yeah, and that's actually true, of course, which is why you said that. Minor league, but he was. He wasn't very good at it either. Mika with the knowledge. Sure wasn't the Bojack. Michael Jordan tried to be Deion Sanders, man. You can't do it, bro. Man, those Banshees hit so hard. There's an argument started when I got food. Other arguments started. We had like a hardcore debate for a little bit. I really wasn't part of it because I don't really play hardcore in D4, so I don't have a comment. All I could say was, you know, what's logistical and what and not, but that's about it. But that's then we got into sports as an MJ somehow. I think I made an analogy.
I'm not ready yet.
Proof there. The name Docs, that would be a great name for an energy drink. You think so?
Need more time.
Jeez, these Banshees. Talon also with the get the sub to Stone Mage. Appreciate you.
I'm not ready. Need more time.
You know what shouldn't be fixed? What? You trigger your trap card. Was this Yu-Gi-Oh? Rig, that should get fixed. He said, it's like a new sub. Why don't we celebrate by going vegetarian for the next 45 days? Oof. I don't know if I can do that. I should get into MMA. I'm old. I'm old. I would absolutely get mollywopped. I'm a good striker, but I have no ground game. None. Zero. Like absolutely zero. The moment that I get knocked on the ground, like I'm just tapping. Like you don't have to even put me in a submission hole. Like the fact that I'm on the ground, I'm out. We're done. We're done. You win. Cause I know I have zero ground game. Zero. I'm gonna hold on to that. You wouldn't get in there for, oh yeah, I would get in there for 5 mil. I'm just telling you. If I mean for 5 mil, yeah, I'll do it. I think someone asked me like way back. I mean, a long time ago. I'm like older stream is like, would I fight Mike Tyson for 5 million? What was it? I think it was like $1 million. I'm like, hell yeah, I would. Absolutely. You know, as long as there's no like, you know, minimum time limit or whatever like that. You know, I've fight him for like 15 seconds, take one hit. You know, fall to the ground naturally and just don't get back up. Take my 1 mil. Now, I'm probably gonna have some medical bills or whatever like that. So I'd say probably a good portion of my 1 mil is gonna, I won't say a good portion of it, but let's say like 50 to 100K might be towards my medical bills. But I'll be happy with the other 900K. I'll be, we're good. We're good. I got no problems with that. Yeah, I don't have to win. He said nothing about winning. All right, we're gonna do don't think I really care. Vault Assassin's kind of fine. That's fine. The Depths is mostly fine. Yes, sir. So I guess I'll let that period. We'll actually craft a couple of like T1 AOZs just cause. Just curious to see how different a non-bug build is in the AOZ for Rogue, that is.
Spot's still got some good in it.
We need to use Doctor versus Riker in an MMA match. People would pay to see that. I don't know. Well, I guess Riker's name. My name is nowhere near big enough for people to want to pay for that. But I guess Riker would be enough to bring in the dough, bring in the tickets. If you had two big names, like I don't know, Riker versus Rob or something. That would be a bit more exciting. I've got the T1 going in straight. Can I do a T1? I'll put it this way. Is it fun to do a T1? I should do a subathon. Probably, well, this is Christmas break for me now. I mean, it would be a great time to do it, honestly. Problem is that we're at a point in the game's lifespan right now that, you know, doing a subathon for like, let's say, and playing mostly Diablo 4 is gonna be kind of meh. I need to do like a subathon like towards the beginning of the season, like season 3, like 2 weeks in or something like that. It'd be a great time to do it, but I wouldn't be able to like take off of work for that though. That's what being vegetation is what we need to see though. No me for 2024. I could probably give up steak for 2024. I don't know if I'd be able to give up chicken though. Like, I could probably give up beef, but not chicken. Solo self found, no depth, no scroll druid challenge. Chicken is the best steak.
That's not gonna work.
I'm gonna do it, but I probably shouldn't. Yeah. It's still the same amount of I feel like it's the same amount of glyph XP as the T100 I did. Either that or just my glyph levels just kind of at a point where it's just gonna look like that. You can move docs on the other brands we need, like sodas, underwear, socks, baseball caps, dental floss. That just seems so random. Dental floss. I could probably do teeth though. People say I have a pretty nice smile. I could probably do teeth. So I guess dental floss out of all the things you mentioned, which is kind of funny, would probably be the one that'll probably work the best. Because you know. I guess we'll do Barrage like maybe Tuesday or so. I think Barrage is like a little stronger. Like a tad. I don't think it's as much fun as this playstyle, but it is a little stronger. Because I have a two-hand aspect kind of open. So you're new here, you're thinking of getting this game. Do you normally play action RPGs? The grinder of D2. Okay, well. If your name states anything, then yeah, I think you'll have fun with D4. Yeah, I just thought I saw the name. I'm like, what? So we're just looking at action RPG video games for first one, unless it's Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and doing a casual replay of that. So this type of game is like a bit different than something like that. I mean, this is a looter basically. The grind of the game is basically to get good loot to then kill things in various different activities and kind of rinse and repeat. Then there's AOZ once you do have really good loot and a good looking build where you want to see how high the tier you can go in AOZ. At least that's the thought process. So if you ever play like Destiny 2, I don't know if D2 is Diablo 2 because you didn't really say Diablo 2. So I'm assuming D2 is Destiny 2 maybe, or Division 2. I don't know. Anyways, those are also like loot. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, D2. Destiny. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So basically, Diablo 4 is like an action version of Destiny 2, if that kind of makes sense. It's like a top-down, action RPG version of a looter, whereas Destiny 2 is obviously a looter shooter, right? It's an FPS but with action RPG elements. This is an action game with RPG elements, so the baseline is the same. So the grind is still going to be similar to what you're used to in D2. It's just, or Destiny 2. It's just a matter of, do you like the action RPG like gameplay type thing? So I would suggest that you play the campaign first, obviously. If you do decide to get it, the campaign is actually really good, and you have a good sense of like how the game kind of goes if you do that. I do think it's worth it though, since if you're used to grinding loot and you know that it's going to take a while to actually get the good loot, or like you like the whole attempting to min max and things like that, just for the sake of doing it, then I think you will enjoy Diablo 4. Do I share my playlist? Yeah. ! Playlist. So T5 is where I'm at now with this. Yeah, this is actually tough. If only I did not have to play close quarters combat, man. If only.
Need more time.
It's late night for me. Yeah, yeah, it's 4:41 a.m. here. I actually started my stream like real late tonight. Like real late. I'm talking about like 12:30 a.m. I had some things to do, and I actually debated whether I was gonna stream tonight or not, just because I didn't know what I really wanted to, like what I wanted to do for content today. Because I was like kind of over the whole like AOZ push thing yesterday, or lots of things like related to AOZ. So I was like, well, what am I gonna do today then? So. I forgot the Condor is actually good on T5.
Need more time.
Is T5 kind of like a breakpoint, just like T4 is, or like T5, T10, T15, T20 kind of thing? Are those like similar breakpoints? Been awake all night. Well, I'm actually, the problem is I'm on prednisone right now to deal with some issues with fluid in my ears, as well as some like prescription nasal spray. So yeah, that kind of keeps me up. Yeah, let me craft some T4 to see how that feels versus the T5.
Stay on the path. Heed no evil.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure if you want. Okay. I assume that's not a universal thing, is it? Because I think some people or some builds or some strats, you know, kind of have to have a certain elixir for the build to even run or function properly. So the extra 20% damage may not be worth what they're losing in the original elixir that they were playing. So that's probably highly build dependent, right? Build or class dependent. Oh yeah, the T4 is much easier than the T5. What? Okay. So people play other classes than Barb. I mean, I guess Barb may be the answer to well, technically the answer to dealing with problems in AOZ. And typically you could just make a Barb, and if you don't, it might be your fault for not doing so. I do wonder, very curious to see how they're gonna address changes next season. Oof. It's unlocked. Woke up, had some bacon on toast and a cup of coffee for breakfast. I went to what was this, snooze? Well, yesterday morning, not this morning. Before I had to play drum set for church. And I've never been to snooze before, but it's kind of like a fancy breakfast spot, like a upscale breakfast place, I guess you could say, like a la carte breakfast things. I'm just like, man, this is like they even had a bar. It was like freaking 6 in the morning. They had like a bar, open bar. I'm just like, what? This is fancy. How do I eat breakfast when I worked at 5 a.m.? Well, that's what happened last night. Like, I got off at like 5:30 a.m. and I went to go to snooze at 7 a.m. and then I had to be ready to play by 8:30 a.m. yesterday morning. So I just didn't sleep. I did sleep when I got home though. But yeah. I'm nocturnal. I am a late, yeah. I mean, I am a night owl for sure. I do miss playing with the bow though. This is actually a lot of fun. Are those elixir that are mod specific multiplicative? Yes. I don't know if I want to get that close. I have nowhere to kite. Unironically, the seekers when I can play like this, the seekers are way more manageable. They're still bullshit, but well, there is no buts. But just being able to manage it because I can play a setup that I like to play doesn't make it okay. I wonder what else more I can do to kind of stretch any little bit that I possibly can with this. This is good.
Buying or selling?
Should probably use some. Thunder Outside's wicked at the moment. So the those specific elixirs you can use. I guess it gets kind of tricky because you have to see what the mob type is before using said elixir, or at least fish for that mob type, that set of mob types, like elixir of like that, right? So it can get a little tricky. So you have to kind of just have all those kind of like, you know, prepared ahead of time.
Good fortune.
So it's like, you can do that, but I think that's like reserved for like, you're trying to, you know, go as high as you can in the AOZ tiers. So when you're ready to go back to doing that, then that is what you would want to do. I have a 9 in my inventory. Let's just do the 9. I want to see if it's even actually possible with this. This is a big stretch. Terrible map. Got core with the raid.
Side.
So
We just got
my
raided,
timer though.
son.
I'm gonna let my timer run out.
You know how we
It's okay.
do. Drop my new beat
What
for
is
these
up,
new
man?
viewers.
Sheezy out. What's up, man? The time even stops during the AOZ.
With 47 views.
Bro, I'm like pretty much mostly over this content in a serious manner. At this point, for me myself, I'm just playing around with non-bugged, exploited setups. I just want to play something that doesn't revolve around, well, for Rogue's sake, freaking Toboss will. So just kind of having fun right now. And I was gonna see if I can actually do the 9 with the completely ethical build, I guess you could say. But the raid came and I was like, I gotta do the raid dance, so we're starting pretty far behind, but that's okay. But what's going on, Dark Warrior, man? What you been up to? They're a little beefy in the HP side of things. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to finish this, get along come back. Barbing, you know you. I heard about your barb death a couple of days ago. Yeah, way too far behind. How's that? You said, yeah, I wasn't too pleased with that, man. Dude, it's like, dude, just so many. It's just I don't know, man. AOZ in general, as a general content, man. Just I know it's the first iteration. Things are bound to happen, but man, there's just. I guess I was trying to force myself to have fun with it in a serious manner, and I had to kind of just realize that there's way too much jank. That it just becomes more frustrating than fun. Do I miss Duriel gear? What do you mean? Do I need something from him? Oh, no. I will not be doing any more Duriel runs for the rest of the season. He doesn't have anything else I want. I look like the way he said food time for you. Best of luck to them. Yeah, honestly, I'm honestly just playing to be playing at the moment. But yeah, you're gonna enjoy food, man. Let me actually craft some more. Trying to find like a tier that like I kind of like to just play on for a bit.
Need something black?
5 seems kind of okay. Kind of want to do 7. What does 7 feel like? This. You said the icons over the health bar and energy pool. That's so good. Thanks, man. So no combo points. Oh no, I'm doing combo points. I'm just not doing to boss will. Combo points itself is not bugged. It's the interaction with to boss will and combination dagger that's bugged. can't get in. We're good. Oh, there's a damage reduction, dude. Oh, you. Probably should run, why am I not running Umbrus? If you're getting to make that swap. Oof, I do not know what hit me there. What was it? Blocking flesh smaller? I didn't even see it. Yeah, Devil, what's going on? Good day. I recently came watching Barrage and Game Guy where you get the extra skill on burst aspect. I have never joined any other build so far. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Glad you like. Let's do one more without Umbrus. And then maybe I'll slot that back in. I'm hoping Daredevil that season 3 kind of brings in a little more options for us. I feel like we're kind of pigeonholed into like a specific certain way to play on Rogue, and obviously that's due to bugs. I'm not the biggest fan. I like close quarters combat, but you know, on builds that, you know, are designed to be, you know, to be played close. Right? Like, you know, Flurry, it makes sense. Twisting Blades, it makes sense. Barrage, to a certain extent, you can make it make sense there too, but like rapid fire and like pin shot, the close quarters combat just feels very odd, awkward. So I await for other options next season. Ooh, that was a bad shadow step. You said you've tried all classes, don't always go back to Rogue. Can I ask you a question, Daredevil, if you don't mind? Hey Ryan, what's up? You said you decided to ask Share Misery. Alright, so I want some feedback from you. When you were reading the Barrage guide, right? Was it easy enough to understand in a sense of that the build is, you know, a bit more difficult to play than like maybe other builds you may have played in like other classes. I feel like sometimes trying to create a guide, but you also want it to deal damage, but you also know that like people want to, you know, deal damage, but you also don't want to make it difficult for the user. But there are just some mechanics that kind of have to be there in order to really get that damage output. So I'm just curious for someone who's has like read the guide and, you know, has played it, what your thoughts on like, you know, like I guess the structure of it, like, because generally speaking, where it's usually frowned upon, you know, at least in, like for a Maxroll, to kind of make a guide for a build that's more difficult, or a setup that's difficult to play. So just curious, like how did you find it? Alright, Mika, you have a good one. Get that guy out the way. The 7 feels a lot different than even the 9. It's kind of crazy. Oof. That was rough. Also tried to fight him all three at the same time. Probably shouldn't have did that. I guess we'll stick around the T4s then.
Need something blessed?
Just cause.
Do you feel?
Can't believe it's already 5:12 a.m. Like, jeez. It's the first time at the so can you have some of my powder? How do I give you powder? I can't give you powder, can I? I absolutely would if I could. Okay. That hurt. But then again, I wasn't paying attention. That is my fault. Is it you have to leave butcher the D with no effort. Okay. I guess it just the reason why I asked is because I know that there's been we talk about that a lot. I won't say a lot, but we definitely do talk about that on Maxroll, and we just want to. I just want to make sure that like, because Rogue is generally a harder class to play in general. So when I write a guide that is, you know, on a class that's typically already pretty button heavy, and then a guide that says that even on the Rogue the build is, you know, kind of hard to play. Just want to make sure I'm in line and that people were able to kind of get it and do well with it as written. So good to know. Will I be playing some D3 Season 30? Yep, sure I will. Yeah, I'm here to the point where like even like the Doombringer or lack of a Doombringer or using the Doombringer definitely kind of hurts. And generally I'm fine as long as I don't have to jump into a bubble like a suppressor bubble. Then I'm fine. I get scared when I have to jump in like that. While applying the skill points, I was concerned that using only one skill point for Shadow and Cold Imbuement, a smoke grenade would be effective or not. After I started doing the Nightmare Dungeons right after, I was really enjoying the build. Yeah, having any more points into Shadow Imbuement, Cold Imbuement doesn't really do anything for you. I actually kind of like the fact that, you know, I only have to put 1 point into it for it to be like really effective. So I can put other points elsewhere. Same thing with Smoke Grenade. Like they're essentially just support skills to just make your barrage hit harder. Essentially, that's kind of really it. The Tox should have followed. I thought I was on the outside of it. I was now on the outside of it. I swear I was on the outside of that. Alright. Let's be a little more careful. But before I do that, See that. And I could actually see a difference between the ultra and high. Also, why is my frame rate just dropping? I'm at 105. That's weird. Let's do quality, see what happens. I guess this is fine. Alright, where's my old chest? It's not my only old chest I had. Is this the one too as well? I think it was this one. This chest with the different pair of boots that I had. What were the boots I had? Must be this one. No, this one. Fire, poison, shadow, cold, lightning. Yep, this is what I had. This gives me Umbrus. Let's. That does. Okay, so I'm still maxed out on lightning. Okay, so I can just do 2 armor pieces then. Even better. I also didn't really put any no, we'll keep shared misery. Alright, is that everything I need to change? That's a pretty decent amount of armor considering. Let's go in. Keep forgetting to change my bow transmog though. I think there is a bow that kind of matches the rest of the original transmog that I have. I just forgot to put points into the into Umbrus. The movement speed. Yeah, definitely have to poison the Dark Shroud again. So I really do have my Dark Shroud up like quite a bit of the time, even before I took that Protect Shrine. I think that was okay. I think we'll do Manglers in the beast though. And really, honestly, the Disobedience and Ember should probably be switched. But I don't have an extra Disobedience. I still have not found a good Disobedience. Just from like normal playing on normal farming at all whatsoever. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. Where I gotta take points from. I'm about to really pull points away. Siphoning, not really, because I end up pushing them back. I don't really attack fast enough to really make use of siphoning. Rather defenses, I guess is fine. I have 1 point left. We should have followed. But you see, like, can you see, like, kind of how I find it's a bit more enjoyable. I guess the builder setup, or at least the opportunity. I don't like really playing close quarters combat with it, but I get most of what I like about the build. I would rather play this with like victimize or precision, since it's rapid fire, but or victimize for the extra AoE, but we all know about that right now. Yeah, I actually did. You guys are right. You and Riptide, or Riptide was the one who made the suggestion initially. I do actually like Might on the other builds. I got CC and then the Lunatics blew up. But yeah, on something like this where I'm like naturally taking a lot less damage. Having numbers up most of the time is gonna be more beneficial. Well, the zero doesn't exist in the future D4, or they should rework blood glyph that gonna work only in Zir. You don't like the fact that the tears of blood can be used in any content? Like, is that your biggest gripe with AOZ right now? I'm not a grunter, and I'm lucky can I play this game. What up, J-Mag? It's too much D3 in this grind vibe. But why would you say that you will only want it to work in AOZ though? If it only worked in AOZ, it will still be the same grind. In this grind, it would be in just AOZ. I mean, you don't level the glyph up in the normal content or normal nightmare dungeons because you won't get nearly the amount of XP. So the only way to really grind that glyph is in AOZ, anyways. So, I hear what you're saying about the grind per se, I guess, or at least the viewpoint of it. But I don't know how making it AOZ only will make it less of a grind. It was just, you're only grinding it in AOZ anyway, but you can equip it, in any content. Jay, can I equip both? If I drop Temerity, I could.
Need more time.
My little my teeny bit of XP I'm getting for these T4s. But no, I mean, I could drop the pants and put might on there, but and of course the pants, you know, was some really nice DR if I wanted to do it that way. But since temerity also gives me pretty nice EHP, and I can also slot in another offensive aspect because of temerity, is the reason why I'm like choosing this route. Now, of course, next season that probably won't be the case, just because, you know, we wouldn't have anything like Undying for the extra heal to be able to do that, unless I'm just choosing to, I don't know, just like pot after health pot over and over again. I guess I could do that too. But that I think is probably a bit much. With glyph only for Zr or gone, Outer World have chance for a change in next seasons. Now it's just a joke. Are you saying that the Outer World is too easy now because of the glyph? Is that what you're saying? Well, I kind of thought the Outer World was already very, very easy without the glyph. Like most builds were trumping, one-shotting. Yeah, builds are one-shotting Duriel, you know, before AOZ even came out. I think we were already there. I don't think the glyph was the problem at all. I just think that it's just too easy in general. If anything, I think what they probably should do is just make a tier 5. I think T4 is fine, but I think they should make a T5 difficulty where the whole Outer World is just, well, more difficult. I ain't gonna lie though, I did miss his movement speed of the Dark Shroud. Yeah, I'm still going. It's only been about 5 hours, but I started late though. Remember, so I started like, you know, 12:30 a.m. No more classes. Yeah, I've been on Christmas break since Wednesday of last week. technically. It technically starts tomorrow for the students, but because we were done with exams and both of us band directors didn't need to technically be there all the time, then we didn't have to like stay for the whole day. We were just showing movies in class. Why T5 gonna solve all, and then at the 10 seasons we're gonna have T16 welcome D3. Yeah, but I guess my question I have for you, Nico, is that the glyph that won't have anything to do with that. Just power creep in general. My question to you is why were you focusing around the glyph and not just the fact that it was just too easy to begin with? I guess was my original question, because the glyph doesn't really give you, like, if you were already one-shotting things in T4 without the glyph, which classes were, then the glyph didn't make you one shot better. It's just you just one shot it the same way. You just saw bigger numbers. And most classes could do it anyways with or without the glyph. But what did I get hit by? I know I was looking away for a little bit, but I don't know what I got hit by. What hit me? Call a tinfoil hat theory if you want. If you must, but I think major part of why AOZ happened to see where reasonable scaling for World Tier 5 should actually be. And I think the other part is to collect data for end-game itemization. I can see why you say that. I do have a counter argument, or a slight counter to that, a counterpoint to that. I guess it's really hard to kind of see what World Tier 5 should be if everybody's playing completely broken builds. Like, it's hard to know where World Tier 5 scaling should be, let's say by theory, if like you're playing, you know, Ball Lightning Sork, or, you know, Barbarian Hoda, basically, right? Or you're playing any sort of, like, you know, to boss world combo point rogue, those kind of things, right? Like, it's impossible to see what the actual scaling is going to be if those, at least the bug things, are gonna get fixed and whatnot. Like, if people were, you know, let's say playing other builds or other specs, I can probably see that, but majority of what's going into AOZ are completely busted builds and setups and exploits and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of hard to like get like a accurate read of what to actually scale it to. I said that with no glyph, there's a chance or more easy for Blizz to solve the problem with power recruit in general. Okay, that's fair. Just want you to know I don't really care for the glyph itself. I think the glyph is just boring. The glyph is just legit. The glyph is basically just like Paragon. The way that it's been implemented, like a second Paragon. I almost didn't even want to admit it to be honest with you, but it kind of it really is. It's just a different way to. Hypothetically, it's just similar to D3 Paragon. What I didn't like about the glyph is that it didn't give you anything unique or interesting. It's the same across all the classes, right? It's the same bonus. It's just basically more damage, and if you put it in a certain spot, it can be more, you know, EHP or toughness too. That's it, right? Like there is nothing really unique about it. Ironically, considering the name of the glyph There really isn't anything unique about it other than the fact that it scales higher than the other glyphs. It has a wider range. I mean, that sounds more like a legendary glyph than the unique glyph, if you want to ask me. Because it's not offering something that the other glyphs technically didn't do. It's just scales higher. So I think a legendary glyph would have been a better name for it, to be honest. But yeah, there's nothing like unique or exciting about the glyph. You said the glyph was like a lazy solution. Yeah, pretty much. Not healthy for longevity, yeah. Okay, didn't know that I did that. Oof. I think that first hit was a sword. I think that teleported on me, but it ironically enough didn't completely one shot me. But I was like red health, and then of course the barb jumped me. Yeah, Buddy and I were talking about the rogue architect right now. I mean, both they feel like there really isn't one as much as a skill architecture. How do you feel about rogues picking up one-hand maces and having a stun lock side? I don't know. I honestly think Blizzard already has a hard time figuring out how to make this whole hybrid thing work on Rogue. They're pushing it hard, but I don't think they really do either side justice, to be honest with you. Flurry definitely needs some help. TB is really the only like cool design skill, but even then, like Blade Dancer kind of makes the cool part like not there, just because it's like unnecessary. So it just becomes like a flurry that just rotates around you. Technically, that does more damage at the end of the day, which is basically overrides flurry because it's the same playstyle basically. And then range skills don't really exist right now, at least this season. Range basic attacks, they're not really awful, but pale in comparison to like puncture and this functionality. So I really feel like they have a hard time really getting like the what's in the class right now correct, yet alone adding like additional options like that. I'd be more for something like that once they kind of get, the current play styles, well, playable, current key passes playable, those kind of things. And of course, right now, it's hard to really even give this season the nod or anything in this season the nod because, again, there's so many things broken that, you play what's broken. And because of that, it's hard to even like gauge what's really good or balanced in this season on any classes that doesn't involve around a bug build or a broken mechanic or whatever. So how do we really know what's performing well and what's not? you know, in terms of an ethical setup. I mean, you don't. So I say good luck to Blizzard in going into season 3 and kind of figuring that out with the data that we're getting from season 2, because that's gonna be hella hard. I don't know. It sounds like they're gonna be guessing more so than anything else, unless they've been eternally playing the game without any bugs whatsoever, which, I mean, or without using any bugs whatsoever, which I don't really trust that. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. So I agree with Rudy, and we all know how Blizzard works, so delete glyph easy fix. Well, the thing about it is that deleting the glyph won't fix the problem. It just will, we just won't have as much of a power creep. But the power creep will still be there, it just won't be as much. So it's not an easy fix. It won't make T4 challenging or more fun, or you know, those kind of things. Like T4 will still be a curb stomp without the glyph. You're just, I think with the glyph, without you removing the glyph only serves as a, you know, removing one symptom of a much bigger problem. It's a start, don't get me wrong, but the problem still exists without the glyph. Kind of was there already, barely, with the nades. They're trying to push nades. Like, they're really trying to push nades. I.e. glue. I appreciate the follow. They're trying to push grenades big time. I mean, they gave an aspect. They even like every season, each season, and almost each balance patch, you keep seeing them buff grenades, and I get they want us to do things with it, but can we, like, but I just don't think the player base is really interested in that right now. Like, people weren't talking about why can't they play a grenade build right now. I just think it just makes more sense for now to address the things that people are talking about, and then go back and be like, you know what I think would be kind of fun? Let's buff some nade stuff, you know, get people, you know, trying to play some nades, you know what I mean? Like, then do that. But like, when you have, you know, quite a few glaring issues within the class, with every class really, that people have been talking about or messing with, you address those first, right? Like, I'm not saying the grenades buffs or trying to get to play grenades isn't needed or whatever, but like, it makes the player base feel that you're not, you know, attending to what's actually wrong, or, you know, the problems, and that you're kind of spending resources and time on things that legit don't matter right now, in a sense. Considering that we have no grenade skills, we have 0 actual damage grenade skills, but we have a build. They want us to play a build based around procs with grenades, even though we don't have any damage grenade skills. And again, I think that'd be kind of neat to figure it out and, like, you know, mess around with, but, you know, can we get the actual skills to work properly first? It's just my thought. Alright, well, Nico, let me ask you this then. So, how would you fix the T4 power creep then? Or just in general, like, you know, obviously no glyph and all. What would be your next steps to fix the power creep for T4? Because it's definitely still there. How would you address it? Shadow Clone rework, please. Oh, bro, all of our ultimates kind of need help. But definitely Shadow Clone. Yeah, Shadow Clone is just. I think what they ended up doing. I think Zario and I had a conversation about this. He brought this up. It's just that there's just some things in this game that obviously you can't go by the tooltip because we don't know what certain things are affected by damage. Like there's just so many different hidden like exceptions and what ifs and it doesn't work because type ordeals, and Shadow Clone is that. Like when you read the Shadow Clone ultimate, right, it says it deals a percentage of the damage you deal. So when it says it deals a percentage of the damage you deal, we assume that whatever damage that we deal is going to deal that percentage that it says is going to do. So when we actually do the math and we actually realize that they don't get a lot of our buffs, they don't even copy our combo point specialization, they don't do a lot of things they're supposed to do or scale off of, then it's just like it completely misleads the player base. Right? Like Shadow Clone would be fine if it did exactly what the tooltip said it was gonna do. If it actually did that percentage of my damage, I would be using it right now, especially on Rapid Fire for sure. But it doesn't do that. It just doesn't. It doesn't do what the tooltip says it should do. We have the same thing. Despite how strong Poison Imbuement is. And like certain setups or whatever, it's that same ordeal. Like it doesn't do exactly what the tooltip is stating it should do. Like stuff how some damage doesn't work with it. Like how combination dagger doesn't really work with it. How core skills doesn't really work with it. It's kind of odd. Like I mean, if you want to tone it down. That's fine. But make mathematical sense when people are trying to figure out what to do with their build. I discovered the same thing with Victimize yesterday. I figured out that Victimize worked exactly like Poison Imbuement. The proc, it's not an actual percent of your damage. It doesn't work with a lot of multipliers. So you're not getting that percent of your damage it's stating that you should. And it only works if the mobs beside it are also vulnerable, which it doesn't really state either. You're thinking it's coming off your actual damage. You know what I'm saying? Like these are misleading things that people tend to build around, and it gets expensive. For the player base, you try to spec or respec or try to spec into to try it and be like, hey, this actually sounds pretty cool. I want to try it. So it gets super expensive because people are trying to find a gear for it. People are trying to look on the bills and see if there are any with that. And to come and find out it doesn't do what it's supposed to say or what it says it does, and then now you're confused. You're going on the internet wondering what you did wrong or why it isn't working, and someone just tells you, oh, it's just broken. It doesn't do the damage it's supposed to. It's like, well, why is that? Well, we don't know. We just know that this doesn't work, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, and you're just like, what the hell? So now you have to respec out of it or spec out of it and spend all the extra gold to do it, and it's just annoying. It's just annoying if that's the case. So this kind of goes back to back to the original point I'm saying. It's just that I think those things should be priority. Those things should be priority for you to fix. Period. Those things should be priority. Trying to create niche setups like grenades and stuff like that should not be priority. As long as stuff like I just mentioned is the way it is. That stuff should be priority. In my opinion. Not saying everybody should agree with what I'm saying. Or that I'm speaking facts. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm just saying from my perspective, I feel that makes the most sense. Personally. Shadow Clone, sorry. Hey, how's things? Started leveling up the barb last night because I ended up being bored the past few days. I have 7 hardcores to 100. Oh, nice, man. Priority number 1. Worms, bugs, and bugs. Yes. Or at least make your tooltips make sense overall. You know, stuff should do what the tooltip says it does. It sounds so simple. I'm sure it's, you know, I'm not even pretending that what they do, and you know, in terms of their, you know, their jobs like that. Like obviously none of that's easy. It's not easy at all. But I do think that like it gets a little worrying when I see what they focus on sometimes, and it's just like, bruh. Like I remember seeing the Forceful Arrow like buff they did this season where they buffed it to they buffed the lucky hit chance by like 10%. And it's like, oh yeah, that's totally gonna get people to use it over puncture this season. And we're just like, really? And even just the explanation sometimes about like them knowing that puncture was the most used basic attack by far. You know, that the buffs to, or the reason why we were using it and they just didn't kind of get it total. You know, it was they were saying it was mostly because of vulnerable or whatever like that. And it's like, it's part of it, but you also got to remember the attack speed. Lucky hit chance is way better with the 3 split puncture. It's an easy crowd control. There's a lot that kind of goes around, you know, along puncture, especially the attack speed. That's very, very important to not make your class feel really clunky. But they did do a good job buffing Blaze Shift. Blaze Shift was definitely a W, and it took us like most of the season before it took us to the second half of the season to kind of start using Blaze Shift or whatever like that. But that's for very specific things and abattoirs you're pushing. But at least it's being used. But like, yeah, I didn't understand that, you know, the 10% lucky hit chance buff from Force for Arrow was gonna get people to use for Force for Arrow. Like, really? No, like that wasn't the problem at all whatsoever. That wasn't that's not the issue, man. It's not. No one was ever complaining that it didn't have enough like lucky hit chance. That's not what I thought when I was playing Force for Arrow at all. The song though. Challenge goes to aren't good. Yeah, true. That talks about the stun grenade. It's not a skill you can choose in the screen. Pretty much. All right, Nico, yeah, we're going. That's like the Duriel. That's a Duriel like worm in the apple. Almost nothing works. Like it says in the tooltip. Said Rob's getting it, man. What's he doing now? Did he feel like AOZ is a testing ground? Not a lot of people with max glyph in just a month in a few days. I actually don't even mind that you can't really that you couldn't really, like, you really can't max the glyph. That in itself doesn't bother me as much. I think the things around it do, but not that particular concept. He's getting to Bloodseekers in this T25 push. It's nice. He'll have it down. I think you give Rob about a week, he'll finish it. He'll get it done. You think the blast wave at T25 is enough? No. 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 Blast wave barely scratches. Barely even makes a dent. Now, well, let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. If he's doing like banish talisman, like amulet swapping at the blast wave shrines, then probably yes. I forgot about that. It is a little weird not seeing like what is it? Like, you know, 8 mil, 10 mil crits on my rapid fire. I'm seeing like 1 mil, 1.5 mil. Sometimes 2.5 mils on my cold imbuement. I do wonder what he did differently though. What Rob did differently now to chew through more of that HP. With level 140 plus. Fair. Oof. I just like step right into that. But yeah, pre-built. Yeah, AOZ is definitely a test. Is basically a, you know, test content that they put out towards the end, towards the second half of the season to, well, for one, give us something to do, and two, to see if this kind of content would work for like a serious end game option in the future. So with that being said, you need players like, well, Rob to kind of like take the actual time to see like what it's really like to actually grind something like that. Doing everything you can to try to reach that last level. Using everything you can. So, 'cause I'm pretty sure the devs are definitely paying attention to that. Obviously. Actually, why am I not using weapon mastery? I just realized that. I am using advanced rapid fire, but I'm not using the two-hand crossbow, so it's not crit damage. It's vulnerable damage, so I can get a little bit of damage back. Just give me that barrier so long. I'm using temerity. So as long as I'm healing, basically, I'll have that barrier. Healing as... Oh, man. I do have to wonder... I'm not gonna say it. Let's just go to the next one. That's a unique, yeah. Generally speaking, rogues will wear like yeah, sorry. Generally speaking, rogues will wear to boss will as the unique for the 22 combo points. So you really don't have a choice. Like if you're trying to play, like if you're playing for a max damage or like that, then you don't really have a choice but to go to boss will this season. Because for 11 bill now. We need a second legendary weapon overall. Bro, I have no hope for legendary weapons. Not legendary, sorry, unique weapons on Rogue. I have zero hope. I'm legit. I honestly forgot all about them, and I had no intent. Like when I was thinking about next season, I was like, what do you think I can actually play next season? And like, not a single unique bow came to mind. Like I had no like thought or recollection that it would actually be like good next season for any particular reason. We got lucky with the wind forest because of the boss world bug, but that legit was it. Your DM joined Maxroll, which is cool because we're definitely getting PoE guys and more bills put together. Yeah, the Darth microtransaction was actually a really cool pickup. I had no idea he was coming until I saw that he joined. I was like, oh, okay, well, cool. Welcome aboard. The Skyrunners is a better pin shot bow than the Eagle Horn is, pretty much. So is Wind Force, which is ironic as well. Okay, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. The tornado pushed me into the ground explosion. Well played, Bloodseekers. Well played. Yeah, he's such a genuine guy. Yeah, Darth actually blew up real quick this year. Like in just the past like 4 months, like just from like legit June to like now, he's definitely exploded. And he's been able to do variety which is very nice. It's always a very good thing where you can kind of do variety and not feel like you're like stuck making one particular type of content. So when he actually did switch to doing variety and people did follow him, he was very happy with that, because that makes you want to do it more. It makes you want to do more content, stream more, because then you know you can kind of venture out and do other things without feeling like you gotta do one thing. Yeah, man. D4 initially became that platform to kind of be able to like get that explosion in growth, to where he was able to kind of take that growth and like do other things with. I know he did a lot of like Diablo Immortal stuff beforehand. He was really big into that for a while. But he's generally a good guy to talk to in general. I think I was on a podcast with him and then someone else, I forgot. I think it was it McFluffin or Gymnasium? One of the two. No, it's Echohack.
I thank you.
And the conversation was always like really cool. It was really cool to kind of hear that, just to see how he thinks about things. Like, it's usually a good take. Just grab the extra one there. All right. My core resistance is 68.6%. Well, I guess that makes sense on the that cold thing that I had. Although I probably didn't have the whatchamacallit up though. I didn't have my Elder's Bounty up during that time either. So that's probably part of the problem too. That one time I died. Anyhow, I think I'm gonna take off from here. It's like already like super early morning for me, because I just started stream really late. Alright, who to go to? You said this was during for future streams. What time is it for you pre-built by chance? It's like usually I don't really like stream this late per se. Like I started like 5.5 hours ago, or almost 6 hours ago. So I started at like 12:30 a.m. at my time. So basically a little bit after midnight. But usually I start around 9 p.m. EST. Which for most Europeans is around 3 o'clock a.m. for them. So usually when it's like 2 a.m., when I'm like still streaming at 2 a.m. roughly from my time, that's when the Europeans are like generally waking up around like 8-ish usually. He says it's one after lunch. Okay. So you're 7 hours ahead. Okay. You do game a lot, so you stay up late. All right. Well, definitely. Let's see who to go to. But yeah, thanks for showing up and things. I typically tend to be the late night streamer or the night streamer, I guess you could say. I usually do things in the day. I'm a teacher by day. Content creator by night, I guess. But it is Xmas break or Christmas break right now, so like I don't have to go anywhere, which is why I streamed as late as I did this time. Man, who to go to? Because actually, none of my friends are streaming in any of these categories right now. We might just go to a new. Let's go to a new. Slothfulness. Let's see. Insomnia. I understand. Oh, she's definitely okay, yeah, let's go here. I think she speaks English. Okay, yeah, that's English. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're going this Shiny Thingo, I think is her name. She's playing the Barbarian. So let's go there. Cool. Show us some love. I think for the rest of the week, I'm going to be doing non-broken builds. Nothing against, obviously, you know, bugged and exploited stuff. I mean, hopefully I'm not, you know, making anyone offended. Apparently, I feel like I offended people earlier for playing non-busted builds or non-bugged builds, and that's obviously not my intent. I'm just tired. I just want to do something different, get away from all of that, just because I just don't find all that as much fun anymore. So I kind of want to play the way I want, even if it means less powers, significantly less power. It's all the same. You know, the higher tiers of AOZ is just more damage and more health. So the experience technically is the same at the lower levels as it is the higher levels if you're playing a stronger build. It's just a different number at the end of the day. But yep, all this week, that's what I'm gonna do. Hopefully, maybe there'll be some patches, or a patch or something to change things. I doubt it. I think they're gonna leave everything the way it is the rest of the year, and you know, all the way up until next season. But you know, I don't know. Hopium, maybe. Anyhow, enjoy Shiny Thingo. I will see y'all tonight for the night stream, and as always, till next time.